All right, attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Jackpot and Gear Jammer, suit up. We're going to send you out really quick here. The ambulance is here. Fire safety is here, so we're ready to go. Oh, so if you guys go out and get 002, 007, a trip zip, I kind of forgot my briefcase today, so I'm going to have to owe you them next week. So that's what we're going to play that game. I owe you. All right, looks like we got Mark Sawyer over here in the Silverado and Philip Topping in the Mustang. Going to be the first ones out here tonight. So let's hope they have a good, safe run. Philip Topping, he's a good racer. Mark Sawyer, excellent racer. And remember, Mark had that Chevy Love that he kind of cut all up. He retired that. Now he's just driving the pickup truck. He goes 048 red. Philip Topping goes 034 green. He gets there first, goes 1264, 111 to Mark Sawyer 1632 at 85. Scott Sturley in the Tesla. Dave Mullet in the 94 Camaro. And Scott Sturley, just a little bit too early, 080 to the dark side of the tree. Dave Mullet, a 152 light. Scott Sturley's got him. He goes 1185 at 115 to Dave Mullet's 1357 at 100 miles an hour. Bobby Grabrian in the Tesla. Yes, he's got a Tesla. It's not a Mustang. Mitch Gately in the 64 Nova. Bobby 038 on the tree, Mitch Gately 030. Not much of a difference there. Just Mitch is going to be a lot faster. He goes 1008 at 131 to the 1186 at 114 of Bobby Grabrian. John Murphy in the 55 Bel Air, Dan Brown in the 70 Camaro. John Murphy, I like that car, the 55 Bel Air. It is a gorgeous car. You gotta really like 55s, which I really do like them above all the other, the 56 and the 57. I like the 55 Bel Air better. John Murphy goes 029 on the tree. Dan Brown goes 034. John goes 1045 at 128. Dan Brown goes 1139 at 118. Marco Peroloris in the GMC Sonoma pickup going against Jorge Valencia in the Chevy Love. This is going to be a good race right here. Who gets better on the tree? Both these guys, Marco and Jorge, they can hit the tree hard. Let's just see who gets there the better reaction time. And they both go red. Jorge goes red whole big time. He goes 5:14 red to Marco's 0:17 red. Jorge goes 10:78 at 126. Marco goes 10:42 at 128. Big Bad Brad Bowen in the Trans Am. Ray Lucas, the world's fastest barber in the West, the 89 Mustang. And again, they both turn on the red light. Big Bad Brad, 033. Ray Lucas, 044. To the dark side of the tree goes 1069 at 125. Big Bad Brad goes 1237 at 111. Ron Manley in the Camaro. Buzz Zanassi in the 73 Pinto. Ron Manley's got a cool job. He's a locomotive engineer. He works on trains. I always wanted to work on trains when I was a kid. Still do. And remember, it's a right-hand exit only. You're going to see the smoke on the top end. From the drifters up there, do not turn left, turn right. Ron Manley, 004 red. Buzz Zanassi, 858 green. Manley goes 1091 at 136 to Buzz's 1088 at 91 miles an hour. Bill, the legend Taggart in the Taurus in the Denzel side. And Steve Ball out of Napa in the Mustang. And Bill Taggart goes 022 green. Steve Ball, 031 green. Two good lights from Footbreakers. Steve Ball goes 1297 at 104. Bill Taggart goes 1795 at a whopping 77 miles an hour. Rob Dayton in the 56 T-Bird. I gotta tell you, that is a beautiful looking T-Bird. And it's one of the better years, too. All right, I'm back. I had to go out there and give a little driving lesson to Logan Pagano, who's driving my Triumph tonight. Hey, not bad. 065 light. He goes 1234 at 108. Goes Joe. 312 on the tree. And the Riley Lane goes 1162 at 122. And Denzel's side goes 186 on the tree, goes 1070 at 132. The Riley side was early, went red, 106 on the tree, goes 1062 at 131. Who is that again in the Copo Camaro? Hey, Bob Norbaum Jr. goes 001 on the tree. He's going to get there first. He goes 996 at 138. The Denzel side, 037 on the tree, goes 1169 at 116. You got Camaro and Lala Peravaloris over there in the Denzel side in the Nova wagon. She's looking to put down some good hits tonight on the tree. And she goes 026 green, the Riley side, 173 red. The Riley side goes 1170 at 119 to 1199 at 110 for Lala. We got a Corvette going against, I believe, a 55 Chevy. Could be a Ford. I think it is a Ford. Well, the O'Reilly side was 303 on the tree. The Denzel side was 729. He goes 1054 at 132 to 1191 at 115. We got a Nova going against a square body pickup in the Denzel side. The O'Reilly side's got the Nova. I believe that is a very fast Nova. The Riley side turns on the red light all the way to the dark side of the tree. Denzel side goes 126 green. The Riley side goes 1091 at 113. The Denzel side goes 1379 at 99 miles an hour. All right, the Mustang goes 196 on the tree. The Denzel side, 469. The Riley side goes 1071 at 131 to the Denzel side, it's 1072 at 107. Kevin Diadamo, your points champion from last season in the Riley side. Going against the Camaro or Firebird with two four rails sticking out of the hood. Kevin D'Adamo, he owns B&G Tires in Napa. So if you're looking for good tires, go see Kevin D'Adamo. He'll hook you up. He goes 027 on the tree. The Denzel side, 211. The Denzel side goes 1071 at 126. The O'Reilly side, Kevin D'Adamo, 1207 at 112. Mr. Black in the O'Reilly lane. Denzel side, a Mustang. And Denzel side goes 1178 at 129. The Riley side 1350 at 73. Looks like he blew the tires off that one. Nova versus Challenger. And that's an old school Nova. And looks like it's pretty fast. All right, the O'Reilly side goes 047 on the tree. The Nova nailed the tree. The Denzel side, not so much. The Denzel side gets there first, 1026 at 136, to the Nova's 1071 at 127. Chevelle versus Mustang. And Denzel side turns on the red light. The O'Reilly side goes 344 green. He's gone. He goes 990 at 137 to the Denzel side, 1607 at 53 miles an hour. It looks like he may have had a problem. Hey, it looks like we got a Pinto wagon over here in the O'Reilly lane, going against the new Corvette, or newer Corvette, in the Denzel side. I bet you the Pinto's going to be faster than the Corvette. Just saying. I just don't know why. I just got a feeling. Maybe because the Pinto's got wheelie bars. And he goes 006 red to the 124 green of the Corvette. The Pinto's gone. Corvette's chasing. He goes 978 at 136. The Corvette goes 1147 at 122. I believe that in the O'Reilly lane, that's going to be Mark Carlson in the Camaro, going against the Nova in the Denzel side. And the Denzel side goes 001, missed a perfect light by a thou. 043 green in the O'Reilly side. He goes 1042 at 137 to 1084 at 122 in the Denzel side. Hey, I think that's Chris Burden over there in the O'Reilly lane. Let's see what the most interesting man in drag racing can do. The O'Reilly side goes 017 green to the 493 in the Denzel side. And Chris Burden goes 1367 at 101. The Denzel side, 1230. And last car out before motorcycles, In the O'Reilly lane, car number 146. And he goes 11:51 at 123. All right, now back up to motorcycles. We got Doug Love. I'm going to say one of the Myers brothers, looks like. Hey, what did I do? Got it right. Bill Myers on the 98 Superhawk and Doug Love on the Triumph. I got that one right. And Doug Love, 044 on the tree, goes 1297 at 103. Bill Myers goes 1239 at 111. I believe that's going to be Joe Sisk over there in the Denzel side. I don't know who is in the O'Reilly lane, but, you know, that's motorcycles. And Joe Sisk goes 093 on the tree, goes 921 at 152. The O'Reilly side, 106 on the tree, goes 1265 at 106. Merlin Valencia over there in the Denzel side, 123 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, 167. He's going to get there first, the O'Reilly side. He goes 1146 at 116. Merlin Valencia goes 1392 at 79 miles an hour. All right, Denzel side goes 980 at 144. The O'Reilly side, 1187 at 118. Now we're in the Sports Street. We got dead on Doug McKay in the O'Reilly side. He just seems to win every Wednesday night. I just don't know what it is, but he just can't kind of, he's got a monopoly on Sports Street. And he goes 015 red. You see, you talk good about somebody, then they go red. Denzel side, 161 green. And Doug goes 1357 at 102. To the Denzel sides, 1662 at 82 miles an hour. Hey, we got a little FIA over here in the O'Reilly side. Must be automatic, because that's the only thing I can figure. He goes red 096 to the dark side of the tree. Denzel's side goes 043 green. And the O'Reilly side goes 1539 at 87 miles an hour. Denzel's side 1605 at 89. All right, car number 103 goes 953 on the tree. Car number 57 goes 505. Not great lights, but doable in case you run, not if you run into a dead-on Doug. He goes 1437 at 95. Denzel side goes 1622 at 87. All right, Denzel side, car number 142 goes 231 on the tree. The O'Reilly side had an atrocious light. I mean atrocious light. I'm not even going to mention it. Denzel side goes 1656 at 85. The O'Reilly side goes 1958 at 69. And now we're going to finish up Sports Street. Now we're going to go on the street right after these two cars. Car number 53 and 158. 58 goes 233 on the tree. 158 goes 246. Good lights by both. But I just think Denzel's side is going to be way slow. Reminds me of my Mustang. The Riley side goes 1335 at 102. And it's still faster than my Mustang, 1907 at 70 miles an hour for Denzel's side. Now I know what my Mustang looked like going down the track. All right, Denzel side goes 003 green, goes 1275 at 110. The O'Reilly side, 031 green, goes 1741 at 80 miles an hour. We're in the street now. We got that beautiful old pickup, that purple thing over there in the Denzel side. The O'Reilly side, we got a newer car. It's a Dodge Challenger. He goes 019 red. The old pickup, 360 green. Challenger goes 1418 at 97 miles an hour to the 1526 at 85 in the Denzel side. We got car number 73 and 20 in the O'Reilly side. 73 is in the Denzel lane. Looks like they're having a staging battle here. Lights are going green. The O'Reilly side, car number 20 goes 109 on the tree. The Denzel side, car number 73, 311. He goes 1174 at 114 in the O'Reilly side to 1191 at 123 in the Denzel side. Corvette versus, I believe, it could be a BMW. Don't count me on that one, but I'm just saying. Looks like BMW taillights. Denzel side 304 green, the O'Reilly side 902 green. Denzel side goes 1265 at 118. The O'Reilly side goes 1515 at 91. All right, Denzel side, we got I believe a little Nova going against a Dodge Challenger on the O'Reilly side. I'm going to pick the old school car over the new school Challenger. All right. The Little Nova was 873 on the tree. The Riley side and the Challenger was 450. He got the better light. And he's going to get there first. He goes 1287 at 109. To the Denzel side, the Little Nova goes 1595 at 82. Hey, car number 59, that's a Toyota Camry. My daughter's got one of those. We'll get to see how fast it is. The O'Reilly side, 144, car number 144. Well, Denzel's side was 407 on the tree. The O'Reilly side had a crappier light, but way faster in the car. He goes 1315 at 105 to the 1491 at 96 miles an hour for the Toyota Camry. Well, looks like we got a Mercedes-Benz over here in the O'Reilly side, car number 158. He's 482 on the tree. Denzel side, car number 105, 528 on the tree. He goes 1419 and 93 miles an hour to the 1452 at 97 in the Denzel side. All right, car number 85 in the Denzel side, car number 164 in the O'Reilly lane. Denzel side goes 352 on the tree, goes 1244 at 111. The O'Reilly side finally gets down the track, goes 1678 at 88 miles an hour. And the O'Reilly side goes 1481 at 93 miles an hour. Denzel side goes 1647 at 88. Hey, not a bad light. In Denzel side, 125 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, 217. The Denzel side goes 1256 at 108. The O'Reilly side goes 1289 at 107. Talk about close cars. All right, Nova Wagon goes 060 on the tree. Good light. He goes 12.15 at 107. The O'Reilly side goes 11.99 at 112. All right, the O'Reilly side goes 13.61 at 106. Denzel side still going down. The track goes 18.13 at 71. All right, the Denzel side goes 14.17 at 106. The Riley side goes 13.12 at 112 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 13.83 at 100 miles an hour. The Denzel side, no, didn't get a time on it. Well, looks like the Mustang over there in the O'Reilly side was waiting forever to go down the track. He went with a horrible light. He goes 11:22 at 125 to the 13:61 at 110 for the Denzel side. Hey, here's a good one for you. Looks like a Chevelle wagon in the O'Reilly lane. I always wanted to have one of those. Oh, there's two of them back to back. I remember these guys. They were here last year. And the Chevelle wagon goes 283 on the tree. The Denzel side turned on the red light, 017 to the dark side. He's going to get there first. He goes 1382 at 101. The O'Reilly side goes 1721 at 76 miles an hour. Hey, we got another Chevelle wagon.
All righty, well, go find Mr. That's what he tells me his.
Hey, Denzel side went 776 on the tree, goes 1408 at 92 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side, 566 on the tree, goes 1694. Hey, here's an AMC AMX.
I'm not helping.
I mean, it's not a Javelin. It's a true AMX. He was 440 on the tree. Denzel side was over 11. Denzel side goes 1274 at 94 miles an hour. The AMX goes 1536 at 95. And we're going to follow this up with Top to Cops. Looks like we got Santa Rosa Police Department putting up a couple of cars here tonight. I saw two Santa Rosa PD cars. So that's a plus. Santa Rosa's coming out. And that's very cool. 1264 at 111 in the O'Reilly lane. Denzel side, 15 flat, 102. All right, we got Top to Cops. We're going to start it off tonight with Santa Rosa PD. Car number 1. Then we're going to follow it up with the City of Fairfield Police Department. 287 on the tree for the Santa Rosa PD car, which is pretty good. You got to imagine that when you're driving an electric throttle car. 287 is not a bad light. He goes 1704 at 81. The City of Fairfield car number 3. I wonder if that's J-Mac.
Well, that's a pretty good light right there.
Well, 052, that's got to be J-Mac. He's out of the City of Fairfield. All right, now we got another Santa Rosa Police Department car here. going down the track. I mean, that's already done. I think we got a Fairfield Police Department. And he goes 581 on the tree. Now, the police officers come here on their own time to do this. We're the only track that has topped the cops in the entire country. So it's pretty, nobody else does it. And he goes 1699 at 81 miles an hour. And Nevada Police Department over here in the Denzel side, car number 5. Now you're going to be racing the high school kids later on tonight. Last week, I think the cops really got the handed to them pretty good. Yeah, I didn't think they won about 2 races at all. 17 flat at 81 miles an hour. And now we're going to go into high school. All right, the O'Reilly side goes 032 on the tree in the Volkswagen. You know, like looking at some of these cars these high school kids drive, it's like, I never had that. No, I never. I think I had a 70 Chevelle SS, but I had paid for that by myself.
Right.
And by working the paper route and everything. And the O'Reilly side goes 1497 and 94 to the 2044 at 63 for the Denzel side.
Is that back in New York?
Yeah, I was back in New York. I mean, I did a paper route. I mean, I did a bunch of things to make extra money.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was, the parents' allowance wasn't cutting it.
No.
It was $1 a week.
That Chevelle was used when you bought it, a couple of years old? Or?
Yeah, it was, I bought it in 1977, my senior year.
Okay, and it was a 71 or 70?
70.
So it was a 70-year-old car.
With a bench seat.
Probably still had to pay about $1,500 for it, huh?
Yeah, paid $1,500 for it. That's what I did pay. But I had it was really a real SS with a bench seat.
Mm.
And it had the build sheet. It had bench
Right,
seat
so
in it.
somebody ordered it with the bench.
Yep. They did.
You know why?
Yeah, I know why.
We'll talk about that.
All right. Denzel side goes 1604 at 90 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1509 at 95. And O'Reilly side goes 016 on tree, goes 1368 at 104. Denzel side, turned on the red light, 189 to the dark side of the tree, goes 1363 at 99 miles an hour. All right, we got Ryan Manley goes 031 on the tree, and that's not Jorge Valencia. He's in the pickup truck next. He goes 016 on the tree, goes 1265 at 85. This is the real Jorge Valencia. Well, I don't know what's going on, but we'll figure it out as we go. And Jorge goes 125 on the tree. Manley goes red 010. Jorge goes 1054 at 120. Deron Manley's 1096 at 134. Yeah, Jorge's having a tough night on the tree. We got Steve Ball over here in the Denzel side, in the Mustang. Going against a Plymouth Satellite. Steve Ball goes 004 on the tree. The Satellite goes 052. He goes 1240 at 109. Steve Ball, 1307 at 102. Marco Perevalores, well, I should just say Marco, in the 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. Buzz Zanassi in the Pinto. Buzz should get there first. He's got a little bit more top end than Marco does. Marco's in the 10s, Buzz is in the 9s. Yep. Buzz goes 051 on the tree. Marco 001 on the tree. Buzz goes 1015 at 133. Marco goes 1050 at 125. Craig Merrilees in the Tesla, not in the Camaro that he owns, going against a convertible in the O'Reilly lane. He goes 075 on the tree. Craig Merrilees 040 on the tree. Craig is gone in the Tesla. Goes 1170 at 114. The O'Reilly side goes 1441 at 101. John Murphy in the 55 Bel Air. Let's see what John Murphy puts down. This should be a good solid run. He goes 005 on the tree. Good light. He goes 1056 at 125. All right, we got a bunch of time onlys right now. Hey, the rally side 045 on the tree. Denzo side goes 673. The O'Reilly side goes 1333 at 100. And the O'Reilly side goes 045 on the tree, goes 1333 at 100 miles an hour. The Denzel side goes 1585 at 119. All right. Car number 77, 217 on the tree goes 1040 at 138. Denzel side, 194 on the tree goes 1383 at. Well, I'm watching Logan take my car down. 007. And he doesn't have the window net. No. Hey, what? I know. All right, here's Logan Pagano in my car coming up to the stripe. All right, Logan Pagano going to take a time run here in my TR7. See how he does. He's in.
At the foot brake car?
No,
Okay.
he just let go of the button. He goes 1383 at 71 miles an hour.
Yeah, he lived.
Well, we'll see what happens next time around with Logan. He's just trying to get a feel for the car. All right, the O'Reilly side left before the tree was activated. He does not get a time. The Denzel side goes 917 at 149. All right, the O'Reilly side, car number 7792 goes 032 on the tree. He goes 1073 at 138. And that's the end of time onlys. Now we're back into gear jammers. We got Patrick LaRue over there in the Dodge Challenger. Patrick, he won the points championship here a couple of years ago. He goes 050 on the tree. He goes 1169 at 119. The Riley side goes 1447 at 94. We got Scott Frazier over there in the little Fiat. He won the points champion. Oh, what? He did not win the points championship last year. That was Carl Silson, who's not here tonight. Scott Frazier turns on the red light, 168 red. The Riley side, 116 green. The Riley side goes 1512 at 91 miles an hour. Scott Frazier in the Fiat goes 1597 at 85. Well, remember I said Carlos Sosa isn't here tonight? I think he is. He just put down a 037 light in the Mazda. He goes 1226 at 116. The Denzel side was in the 13s. The Riley side, oh, look at that. The Denzel side, perfect light. He'd have to wait to the weekend if he shows up to get a sticker. He goes 1246 at 114 with a trip zero light. The O'Reilly side, 427 on the tree. All right. Car number 71 goes 1394 at 106. Car number 14 goes 1616 at 83 miles an hour. The Riley side turns on the red light, 050 to the dark side of the tree. Denzel side, 246 green. The Riley side goes 1303 at 104. The Denzel side, 1350 at 89. All right, looks like I don't know where we are, but I'll figure it out. The Denzel side goes 145 on the tree, goes 1176 at 113. The Riley side, 244 on the tree, goes 1277 at 107. It looks like we're in EV class because I see a Rivian and I see a BMW electric car. Denzel side, the Rivian goes 441 on tree, the BMW 431. And the Rivian goes 1157 at 110, the BMW 1230 at 105. And I believe this is a Tesla over here in the Denzel side. And the Tesla gone. It was $399 on the tree, but man, that thing is flying. He goes 1129 at 129. Now it brings us to Comp Rod. We got Joe in the Riley side in the 50 Chevy that he's had since high school. Okay, guys and girls, if you haven't heard, we're going to have an ET Racket weekend here this weekend. The July 1st and 2nd. All right? And the 2nd is going to be a Wally Day. So anyway, we're going to have a Wally race on Sunday here at Sonoma Raceway. We got all gas classes, junior dragsters, and you want to get a hint what's going to be here? We got Jerry Kumray, A-Field dragster over there, sitting over there, and he may fire it up tonight. I don't know if he's going to, but he's got to do it before 6, which is like 15 minutes. So, I hope he does, so you guys can get an idea what an A-Field dragster sounds like. All right. Now we'll get back on to the real things at hand. Lola Parvaleros over here on Denzel's side in the Chevy Nova wagon. She goes 027 on the tree. Lola cuts heck of lights. She's just getting so much better. She goes 1212 at 107. The O'Reilly side goes 1197 at 113. Corvette versus Mustang. Both turn on the red lights. The Corvette was 005. The Mustang was 144. The Mustang gets there first, 10:55 at 130. The Denzel side of the Corvette goes 11:63 at 92. Kevin D'Adamo in the O'Reilly lane in the Corvette B&G Tires car. Like I said before, if you want a good price on tires, go see Kevin. The O'Reilly side, 031 on the tree goes 1205 at 111. The Denzel side, 091 on the tree goes 1398 at 95. Mustang versus old Chevy. The old Chevy in Denzel side goes 078 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, 097. The Denzel side goes 1045 at 128. The O'Reilly side, 1111 at 127. All right, looks like we got the most interesting man in drag racing, Christopher Burden, in the O'Reilly side in the Mustang. Interesting story. That used to be Bobby Grabian's Mustang. Bobby sold it to Chris because they've been childhood friends forever and give him a heck of a deal on it. And he's been tearing the track up with it. It's deadly consistent. He goes 062 on the tree. Denzel side goes 1165 at 111. Where Chris Burden goes 1365 at 101. It's not how fast you go in time runs. What really matters is when you dial in, when we're racing for real. In eliminations, we give you a head start, handicapped head start, or you got to make up the difference. You got to catch the guy when he leaves on you. That's what bracket racing's all about. The Riley side goes 085 on the tree. The O'Reilly lane goes 1138 at 126. Denzel side goes 1228 at 117. Looks like we got Mr. Black up here going against a Dodge Charger, I believe. Well, it could be a Tesla. Yeah, it's not a Tesla. Mr. Black is gone. He goes 222 red. He goes 1007 at 130 to the 1077 at 126 in the O'Reilly side. All right. Denzel side 028 on the tree. The Riley side 117 sideways a little bit. He goes 1053 at 124. To the Denzel side 1008 at 139. Then Denzel side goes 1205 at 122. The O'Reilly side goes 1163 at 119. A few more cars and we'll be in the motorcycle. Denzel side goes 081 on the tree. He goes 971 at 137. The O'Reilly side 1218 at 115. The Denzel side goes 044 on the tree. He goes 1070 at 125. The O'Reilly side goes 1126 at 125. Hey, we got Craig Love over here in the Denzel side. Bill Myers in the O'Reilly lane. Craig Love pops a wheelie. He goes 165 on the tree. Bill Myers 275. He goes 1187 at 111 to Bill Myers 1368 at 102. Now we got Doug Love over here in the O'Reilly side. He goes 032 on the tree. Doug Love is just like a killer out here in motorcycle. He just seems to win it every week. He goes 1325 at 96 miles an hour. The Denzel side goes 1252 at 109. O'Reilly side 074 on the tree. He goes 1311 at 100 miles an hour to 1180 at 119 in the Denzel side. Gotta love Harley baggers. Not only are they fast, but they are cool. Gotta love Harleys and baggers. Denzel side didn't do as good as the O'Reilly side. But he goes, the Denzel side goes 1397 at 88 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1418 at 91. Well, I believe that's going to be Steve Galileo in the Denzel side. He goes 422 on the tree, goes 1030 at 143. The O'Reilly side, 141 on the tree, goes 1123 at 121. Brad Hawks on the Hayabusa going against Joe Sisk. And Joe Sisk, uncharacteristic right, 220 on the tree. Brad Hawks, a decent 125. Brad goes 10-14 at 122. Steve goes 9-24 at 147. All right, looks like we had a little technical thing there on the tree, so we'll get that figured out. Now we'll get the bikes back in. All right, they're both staged. Denzel side, 770 on the tree. O'Reilly side, 670. Not great lights, but decent. Denzel side goes 1135 at 118 to 1182 in the O'Reilly side. Denzel side goes 1399 at 79 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1657 at 79. That'll conclude this session of motorcycle and bring us up to Sport Street. We got Adrian Lina in the BMW, Doug McKay in the 2021 Ford F-150 twin turbo. He goes 065 on the tree. Adrian goes 245. See if Doug wins tonight. That's consecutively every race this season. He goes 1357 at 100. Adrian goes 1267 at 109. Martrell Hollow in the Audi. Ben Mack in the Tyler Camry. Ben Mack turns on the red light. Montreal goes 324 green. Not great lights, but you can go rounds with that. Ben Mack goes 1588 at 89 miles an hour to Montreal's 1583. Emily Sager in the 2014 Dart. Donnie Joe Blylock Jr. in the Audi. He goes 13 98 at 102. Emily Sager goes 16:14 at 81. Steve Del Bruno Jr. from Crystal Creek, Oklahoma, by way of driving a Fiat. Robert Elstead driving a 22 Accord. Steve Del Bruno Jr. is a retired forklift operator driving his Fiat. He goes 270 on the tree. Robert goes 012. Steve goes 15:43 at 86. Robert goes 16:34 at 84. Doug Dowley in the Honda. Steve Hera in the Hyundai. Honda versus Hyundai. Who would think that? Doug goes 291 green. Steven goes 673 green. Looks like they're pretty close. And Doug goes 1907. Mike Young in the O'Reilly side turns on the red light, 080 to the dark side of the tree. In the Volkswagen Golf. Speaking of golf, I gotta go play tomorrow. 13:34 at 101. The Denzel side, 15:49 at 96. So the question I got for everybody out there, will Dead on Doug McKay win tonight? Or will somebody take him out? That's a question I got for everybody to figure out. Denzel side goes 1282 at 114. The Riley side goes 1346 at 103. All right, Denzel side goes 1470 at 99. The Riley side goes 1359 at 102. And the Denzel side goes 1261 at 106. The Riley side 15. Hey, we got Joseph Alpha in the it's not a Subaru, but yeah, these names got to be wrong because they just coming up with a Mercedes Benz and they both look like BMWs. Oh, it was a typo. I'm just sorry about that. 2015 328i Alex Ottoboni goes 1446 at 95 miles an hour. Joseph Asfar goes 2194 at 90 miles an hour. All right, we're in the street now. All right, look at this. 056, 050. And the Denzel side takes the win. He goes 1182 at 114 over to 1260 at 111. They both had great lights. 056, 050. Too bad this is just time runs. You know, want to apologize if you got lack of names up here because we just don't have data input. We don't have them to the first round. The eliminations probably. Denzel side goes 1382 at 98 miles an hour. The Riley side goes 1540 at 88. So once again, go over there and check out Jerry Cumray's A-Fuel Dragster. It's going to be here for the weekend. It's just a display for tonight. So you want to come see some nitro burning cars? Come out July 1st and 2nd here at Sonoma Raceway. We got junior dragsters, we got all the gas classes. So we got 2 days of serious fun and excitement here. ET bracket races. And Sunday will be a Wally race. So if you don't come for Saturday, show up for Sunday. We're going to give Wallies away on Sunday. Denzel side goes 12.26 at 113. The O'Reilly side goes 14.45 at 97. Denzel side goes 11.57 at 119. The O'Reilly side goes 13.15 at 108. All right. Denzel side goes 12.46 at 107. The O'Reilly side goes 15.10 at 91. Denzel side goes 12.32 at 110. The O'Reilly side goes 13.41 at 100. And Denzel side goes 3.46 on 3. O'Reilly side had a good light, 0.59. He goes 12.05 at 108. The Denzel side still going down the track, really slow, goes 17.23 at 80 miles an hour. The Riley side goes 068 on 3, goes 1267 at 107. Denzel side goes 1186 at 113. Well, I heard it from Jerry Kumre that he's going to fire the A Fuel dragster in a little bit. So that's going to be cool. You guys can hear an A Fuel dragster run. Denzel side 058 on the tree, still going down the track. He goes 1611 at 83 miles an hour. Riley side goes 1532 at 90 miles an hour. Yeah, Denzel side had a decent light. He goes 1338 at 82 miles an hour. Riley side, still going down the track. A whopping 1781 at 73 miles an hour. And Denzel side goes 1296 at 111. The Riley side goes 1264 at 107. And the Riley side turns on the red light, 139 to the dark side of the tree. If that would have been a real race, the Denzel side would have won with a 1.264 light. Just think about that one. Denzel side goes 1116 at 126. Your Riley side goes 1395 at 112. Denzel side 257 on the tree. Your Riley side 145. Denzel side goes 1380 at 103. Your Riley side goes 1476 at 91 miles an hour. Here comes a 70 Chevelle wagon. In the O'Reilly side, car number 55. Going against a Jeep. And Denzel side goes 14:15 at 93 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side 17:28 at 76. A decent light. Denzel side 046 on the tree. Looks like something happened in the O'Reilly lane. Oh, he's fine going. The Denzel side goes 15:59 at 84 miles an hour. All right, Denzel side goes 13:05 at 107. The Riley side went 12:64 at 109. Battle of Corvettes here. C3s. Denzel side gets the better of the, does not get the better of the two lights. The O'Reilly side gets the better of the two lights, a 736 to an 865. But the Denzel side is faster. It goes 1568 at 88 miles an hour to 1586 at 87. O'Reilly side goes 1275 at 109. Denzel side goes 1750 at 80 miles an hour. Hey, I was just informed we got pro mods here over next week on the weekend. If you haven't seen pro mods, come down and see them. They're worth seeing. It's well worth the price of admission for that. The Riley side goes 1271 at 106. The Denzel side goes 1633 at 84 miles an hour. All right, we got Top the Cops coming up for the second hit on the tree. We got Santa Rosa Police Department coming up. Sergeant Brett Sylvie. Santa Rosa kind of putting two cars out here today, which is pretty good, considering they just signed up for it. All right, here we go. Top the Cops. Like I said, we're the only racetrack in the country that has Top the Cops. It's a unique thing that we do here. And Santa Rosa Police goes 1657 at 82 miles an hour, 570 on the tree. Hey, we got J-Mac out of Fairfield. He cuts good lights. Let's see if we can do better than the last light. Oh, 98? Yeah, when you get zeroed with a police car, you're doing pretty dang good. And J Mac goes 098 on the tree, goes 1676 at 82 miles an hour. And out of the Santa Rosa Police Department, Cameron Eron goes 494 on the tree. He goes 1662 at 83 miles an hour. Jay Lewis out of Fairfield Police Department in the 2010 Explorer. $240 on the tree for Jay Lewis. And Jay Lewis goes 1698 at 81 miles an hour, 240 on the tree. Alan Solana out of Nevada Police Department, 217 on the tree. I like to call this my 16-second class. But these guys are going a little bit faster or slower. He goes 1662 at 83 miles an hour for Alan Solana. Nick Dreckler out of the Emeryville Police Department. Got the lights on. We call that a Tijuana taxi when the lights are on. He goes 396 on the tree. He goes 1660 at 85. And that concludes Top the Cops for this portion of the evening. Now we're back into high school. We got car number 281 going against car number 115. The Denzel side, 630 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, 391. The O'Reilly side goes 1453 at 97 miles an hour. To the Denzel side, 2063 at 64. Still, that's faster than my Mustang. My Mustang was a 21-second car, by the way. And it was a convertible with a 2.4-liter four-cylinder, non-turbo. Denzel side, we got car number 291. O'Reilly side, 282. Denzel side goes 1490 at 94 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side 1475 at 95 miles an hour. And the Denzel side goes 1381 at 105. The O'Reilly side goes 1597 at 89 miles an hour. Now, I could be wrong. I most likely am not. The Denzel side, that's going to be Dustin Love, who's going to go for 11 consecutive wins here at Sonoma Raceway. He goes 111 on the tree. His quest for 11. Let's see if he does it tonight. He goes 13-14. Dustin Love goes 16-64 at 80 miles an hour. All right, the Denzel side goes 157. The Riley side goes 174 on the tree. And Denzel side goes 1392 at 101 to the 1544 at 89 in the Riley side. All right, Denzel side 083 on the tree goes 1359 and 99 miles an hour. Riley side 161 on the tree goes 1666 at 75. And the O'Reilly side goes 1433 at 104. The Denzel side 2025 at 85 miles an hour. That's like, again, I want to tell you that it doesn't matter what speed you run because we even it up when it comes to elimination, when we give everybody a head start. All right, that concludes high school. The Denzel side goes 1166 at 118. The O'Reilly side goes 1261 at 114. Now we're back into jackpot. Oh, last high school card, number 214. Then we'll be in the jackpot. And the O'Reilly side goes 1028 at 138. All right, we got Mitch Gately goes 021 on tree, goes 10:02. We got Big Bad Bowen going against Dave Mullet. Mullet turns on the red light. Big Bad Brad goes 008 green. He goes 12:19 at 111. Dave Mullet goes 13:63 at 99. Scott Sturley out of San Rafael in the Tesla. Bobby Grabrian out of Novato in the Tesla. Hey, Bobby's got a Model Y. He goes 052 on the tree. He goes 1196 at 112. Scott Sturley goes 1191 at 113. Bill Taggart in the Taurus. Dan Brown in the Camaro. Bill Taggart went 007 last time down the track. I almost sticker for the weekend. He backs that up with a 021 red. Dan Brown goes 013 green. Dan Brown goes 1145 at 116. Taggart goes 1783 at 77 miles an hour. Buzz Zanassi in the Pinto. Ray Lucas, the fastest barber in the West, in the 89 Mustang. These are two fast little cars. The Pinto is in the 9s. The Mustang is in the low 10s. Buzz Nancy turns on the red light, 316 to the dark side of the tree. Wade Lucas goes 152 green. Zanassi goes 11:06 at 133 to Ray Lucas's 10:65 at 124. Craig Merrilies in the Tesla going against the Dodge in the O'Reilly lane. Craig Merrilies puts the hurt all over and goes 014 on the tree to the 262 of the Dodge. Craig goes 1168 at 114. The Dodge goes 1231 at 109. Rob Dayton in the 56 T-Bird, Denzel side. Steve Ball out of Napa in the 01 Mustang. All right, Steve Ball goes 034 in the tree. Rob Dayton goes 040. Good lights by both. He goes 1136 at 116 for Dayton. Steve Ball goes 1301 at 102. Phil Topping and Mitch Horton, Mustang versus 68 T-Bird. Hey, just so everybody knows, we're going to start eliminations with Sports Street. So everybody put numbers on your car. Sports Street. We're going to start eliminations with you. All right? So, Sports Street. Put your numbers on your car. And that's when we're going to start with you guys for first round eliminations. All right? Sports Street. That's where we're going to start eliminations. So, everybody put the numbers on your car from Sports Street on down. And Mitch Horton goes 004 in the tree. And Marco going against John Murphy. Bel Air versus 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. Marco goes 006 on the tree. John Murphy 020. Marco goes 1048 at 126 to Murphy's 1049 at 126. Ron Manley, the last car out before we get into Gear Jammers in the 68 Camaro. What type of car is that anyway? And Manley puts the hood all over that car. It goes 037 on the tree. The Denzel side 172. Manley goes 1098 at 134 to the 1382 at 102. All right, we're into Gear Jammers. We got Patrick Lemieux in the Challenger, Alex Johnson in the 06 G35. Patrick Lemieux goes 149 on the tree. Alex Johnson goes 500. But Lemieux goes 1187 at 120 to the 1356 at 109 of Alex Johnson. Dan Anchek in the 66 Ranchero, Jim Rigini in the 65 Pontiac. And Jim goes 269 on the tree, goes 1306 at 114. Dan goes 416 on the tree, goes 1315 at 104. Scott Frazier in the Fiat, Mike Johnson in the 05 G35 Infinity. Talk about a disparity in performance. You got the little Fiat that's like the little train that goes up the hill. I think I can. And Mike Johnson in the G35 Infinity goes, I'm going to beat you. He goes 13-14 at 122. Scott Frazier in the Fiat goes 1582 at 86. Carlos Hilson in the Miata. Azil Johnson in the G35 Infinity. We got a bunch of G35 Infinities. Man, that's like the third one in a row. Carlos Hilson puts the hurt on him, on Azza. He goes 026 to the 460 of Johnson. He goes 1228 at 117 to the 1519 at 97. John Lemmels in the 2016 Shelby GT350 goes 073 on the tree. Nathan Bentley goes 415 on the tree. John Lemmels goes 1255 at 114 to Nathan's 1576 at 92. Abby Shamil in the 2016 STI. And Albie goes 1282 at 105. Denzel side goes 1717 at 77. Danny Harmon out of Petaluma in the 2018 BMW 340i in the O'Reilly lane. Danny Harmon goes 546 on the tree, goes 1281 at 113. The Denzel side goes 1532 at 88. Claudius Lau in the Camaro. Sean Takahashi in the Honda. Takahashi goes 090 on the tree. Claudius turns on the red light. He gets there first. He goes 1262 at 109. With Takahashi goes 1469 at 95. Brandon Gomez out of Santa Rosa. Louis Barron out of Santa Rosa, a 98 Mustang. Luis goes 1502 at 90 miles an hour. Brandon goes 1158 at 127. Kate Rogers in the Challenger. Jeremy White in the 72 Ford pickup. So once again, Sports Street, we're going to start eliminations with you. So Sports Street, and everybody else, put your numbers on your card, dial them in. We're going to start racing with you guys. Kate Rogers goes 1505 at 96. Jeremy White goes 2055 at 52 miles an hour. Tyler Schumacher, 07Z06 Corvette. Tim Sharp in the 03 Cobra. Tyler goes 1160 at 127. Tim goes 1293 at 111. Jason Chittum in the 2016 Scat Pack. Ross Kittus in the 57 Chevy. Jason Chittum goes 045 on the tree. Ross Kittis goes 200. Ross going to get there first. He goes 1280 at 108 to Jason's 1391 at 105. Torrin Wong in the Miata. Paul Pera in the Civic. And Torrin Wong's going to get there first. He goes 1636 at 75 miles an hour. Where Raul Pera goes 1828 at 53 miles an hour. We got a beautiful 57 Chevy over here in the Denzel side, going against the Mustang. And he gets a good light, 253 on the tree for the 57 Chevy to the 577 light for the Mustang. But the Mustang's faster. He goes 1467 and 91 to the 1583 at 90 miles an hour for the 57 Chevy. Mark Chansey in the 64 Fury. Dave Diffenfender in the 03 Corvette. Mark Chansey turns on the red light. Dave Diffenfender goes 129 green. He goes 1244 at 116. Mark Chansey goes 1435 at 95. DeQuincy Zenham in the '09 Corvette going against another Corvette in the O'Reilly side. Who's going to win, Corvette or Corvette? That's a question I got to ask. And DeQuincy goes 248 on the tree. The Riley side goes 128 on the tree. Looks like they're fairly even. The Riley side goes 1265 at 111 to DeQuincy Zenham's 1482. Steve Jaslewski over here, last car out, goes 025 on the tree in the Mustang. He's a heavy hitter here. He can go rounds. He goes 1199 at 113 for Steve Jaslewski. All right, we got the EV class now. We got Marty Firmer in the Tesla in the Denso side. David Piroff in the 2023 Polestar 2. I hear that car is supposed to be pretty trick from Volvo. They say it's supposed to be fast. I don't see it on the numbers I'm looking at. Marty Firmer goes 1177 at 113, where David Piroff goes 1276 at 107. Zoltan Shapiro in the 2015 Tesla. Steve Mullen in the 2022 Rivian. And Steve Mullen gets there first. He goes 1179 at 109. Zoltan Shapiro goes 1386 at 103. Vince Hodges in the 2022 Tesla. Raghave Partey in the BMW i4 M50. All right, let's say the Tesla would take out the BMW. What do you think? Tesla or BMW is faster? Now, you notice we got two trees up there today. Because if you're in the O'Reilly lane, you're going to need that tree. Because you're going to look right into the sun. And that's there. The trees are absolutely identical coming down the lights. So there's not a bit of difference. Vince Hodges goes 977 at 145. Partey goes 1171 at 119. Which brings us back to Comprod. So once again, Sport Street and everybody after Sport Street should have their numbers on their dials on their cars, because we're going to be racing for real, starting with Sport Street. Joe Piazza, Drew Keeler. Two heavy hitters here. But Joe Piazza, he's really a heavy hitter. He goes 029 on the tree. Drew Keeler 199. That's why Joe is a killer in this class. He's like 029s, he's in the O's. Sometimes he gets double O's. He goes 1246 at 106. Drew Keeler goes 1242 at 113. Roberto Benitez in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. Bob Norbaum Jr. in the 2012 Chevy Copo. Bob Norbaum gets a little squirrely off the line. He goes 018 on the tree. It started to push out to the center. He goes 1013 at 136. Humberto Benitez goes 1137 at 128. Mark Kunji out of Concord in the 2014 Mercedes-Benz. Alex Mattis out of Antioch in the 73 C10 pickup. Looks like they're doing a little track cleanup out there. Well, we should get the guys going pretty soon. Well, looks like we're putting down a little sticky stuff on the track, so it'll help the traction for the guys. Must have been a little bit of a mess on the track. Oh, that C10's got some power. I mean, it just annihilated the slicks on that thing. Let's see what it translates to in the quarter mile. And Alex turns on the red light. 059 to the dark side of the tree. Mark Kanji was late with a 297 light. And Alex goes 1383 at 96 miles an hour. So much for that being a fast truck. Mark Kanji goes 1257 at 123. Matthew Allison and Jim Wickland. 55 Chevy Bel Air versus 2012 CTSV. And Matthew Allison gets there first. He goes 1087 at 130, 092 on the tree. John Wickland goes 787 on the tree, goes 1194 at 114. Lola Valores driving the 66 Nova wagon. Dale Hartman driving a 90 coupe. Well, that's not a 90 coupe. That's a 50 coupe, I would say. Chevy. Lolo turns on the red light, 020 to the dark side of the tree. Dale Hartman goes 014 green. He goes 1032 at 130 to the 1208 at 108 of Lola Paralelos. Tom Patterson in the Mustang. Chris Burden in the Mustang. India Riley side. Chris Berry turns on the red light, goes 012 to the dark side of the tree, goes Roxanne. Tom Patterson goes 216 green. Patterson's faster, he goes 1037 at 134. Chris Berry goes 1365 at 101. Rudy Lacey in the Corvette. Andy Musa in a 2022 Audi. Andy Musa goes 1112 at 125. Rudy Lacey goes 1126 at 98 miles an hour. Kevin Diadamo in the 03 Corvette, Denzel side. Paul Gutierrez in the 2012 CTSV. And Kevin Diadamo goes 076 on 3, goes 1205 at 111. Paul Gutierrez turned on the red light, goes 1107 at 126. 069 to the dark side of the tree. David Owens in the 66 Coronet. Scott Christian in the 2021 Charger. David Owens goes 125 on the tree. Scott Christian goes 183 on the tree. Scott goes 1080 at 126. David Owens goes 1164 at 115. Edward Vasquez in the 2023 BMW. Going against Mr. Black in the O'Reilly lane. Mr. Black goes 005 red. Edward Vasquez goes 473 green. Mr. Black goes 1027 at 130. Edward goes 1157 at 118. Mark Carlson out of Napa in the Camaro. Jeff Gledenet in the 68 Firebird. Mark Carlson and Jeff Gledenex in the Firebird. Camaro versus Firebird, new versus old school. Mark Carlson, 017 on 3. Jeff, 297. Both green. Mark Carlson goes 1001 at 139. Jeff goes 1073 at 123. Rich Rossi in the 70 Chevelle. That is a nice looking Chevelle. I mean, that is just beautiful. And Rich Rossi turns on the red light. He goes 972 at 137, the 020 red. The Denzel side, 173 green, goes 1118 at 124. John Burkert in the 63 Nova. Michael Nag in the 2022 BMW. Both turn on the red lights, both John and Michael. Goes 031 for John. Michael goes 046 to the dark side of the tree, goes 1146 at 122. John Burkett goes 1094 at 127. Daniel Borg out of San Francisco, California. Plum Crazy 74 Vega panel. All right, I was just informed that when you are eliminated tonight, there will be no time onlys for you. You just get to pack it up and go home or become a spectator. So once again, no time onlys if you get eliminated. All right? Enough said. Frank De Sousa in the 63 Nova. And Frank turns on the red light, 006 to dark side 3, goes 1046 at 124. Denzel side goes 1168 at 85 miles an hour. We got motorcycles now. We got Bill Myers and Craig Love going at it. Bill Myers in the Denzel side, in the Honda Superhawk. Craig Love in the Twin Speed Triumph. Craig Love turns on the red light, 003 to the dark side of the tree. Bill Myers, 385 green. Craig Love goes 1198 at 110. Bill Myers goes 1274 at 107. Doug Love, Tom Myers. Doug Love on the Bonneville and the Denzel side. Tom Myers in the O'Reilly lane. Hey, Tom Myers goes 002, so he gets a sticker if he comes up this weekend or next race. He goes 1321 at 100 miles an hour. Doug Love, 054 in the tree, goes 1223. Steve Gallo on the Kawasaki. Eric Oliver on the Honda. Will McNeil, Alfredo Escadon. And Will McNeil goes 348 on the tree, goes 1393 at 91. Alfredo Escadon goes 148 on the tree, goes 1397 at 89. Travis Caps on the Ducati. Sean Baldo, Godspeed Racing, goes 089 on the tree. Travis Caps goes 121. And Travis Caps goes 1177 at 113. Sean Baldo goes 1142 at 121. Merlin Valencia out of San Jose in the Redshift bike goes 149 in a tree, goes 1401 at 79 miles an hour. Joe Sisk, 150 on the tree, goes 913 at 148. Brad Hawks on the Hayabusa. Richard Supora out of Katati. In the O'Reilly side. All right, Brad Hawks goes 234 on the tree, goes 1027 at 131. Richard goes 610 on the tree, goes 1142 at 128. Jonathan Segura in the Denzel side. Padharan Skurrit in the O'Reilly side. He goes 1135 at 123. Jonathan goes 1098 at 126. Zachary Stockton, last motorcycle out. Then we're going to start top the cops. We're going to see how the cops do against the kids. All right, now we're going to go in the top the cops. This is racing for real for them. We got Sergeant Brett Civey out of Santa Rosa Police Department, dialed in at 1650. Sir Jalen Jones out of Santa Rosa in the 04 Infinity, dialed in at 1460. Santa Rosa Police Department, dialed in at 1650. This ought to be a good race. And Sir Jalen Jones takes the first win for the high school students over Civey. So 1-0 for the high school students. Cameron Aaron out of Santa Rosa Police Department, dialed in at 1660 in the Denzel side. Madison Eberhas dialed in at 1530 out of Roanoke Park, where she's a student in the 2017 Mustang. Let's see who takes the win.
Okay.
The Santa Rosa police officer or Madison? And then we're going to go to the police department out of Santa Rosa. Cameron Aaron takes the win over Madison Eckhart. He goes 1664 on a 1660, 371 on 3. Madison could not run that 1539 number, went 1557 with a 262 light on a 1530 dial. Peyton Gray out of Vacaville in the 70 Duster, dialed in at 1359. J-Mac dialed in at 1670 out of Fairfield Police Department. His son's up here in the tower right now with me. And he's rooting his dad on. Peyton Gray takes the win. He goes 096 on the tree. J-Mac had him tree to 061, but J-Mac could not run that 1670 dial, run 1699 for the loss. All right, Jay Lewis turns on the red light out of Fairfield Police Department, handing the win to James Broussard. So James takes another win for the high school students. Oh, he got Alan Sonoma out of Nevada Police Department, dial in at 1660. Eric Yang, 1512 dial out of Vacaville in the Affinity. Oh, and Alan Solana takes the win for the police department. He goes 1873 and a 1660 dial, 548 on the tree. Eric Yang went 371 on the tree, goes 1811 on a 1512 dial for the loss. Nick Deckler out of Emeryville Police Department, dial in at 1660. Corey Friedhoff dialed in at 1392 in the Affinity. And Cody Friedhoff takes the win. He goes 1401 on a 1392 dial. He was 238 on the tree. Nick Deckler had the better light, 129 on the tree, but could not run that 1660 number. He went 1687 for the loss. Count this up. All right, I'll get back to you. Well, the high school students put the hurt all over the police officers today. They took it 4-2. Now again, I'd like to thank the police officers for showing up here tonight, like they do every Wednesday night, and because they are such good people to do this, I want to say thank you and have a good night. All right, we're in the sports street, so that means eliminations have begun. We got James Gravel dial in at 1910, the restaurant employee in the PT Cruiser. Donnie Joe Bartlett Jr., 1350 dial in the Audi. And Donnie goes red, turns on the red light, so James takes the win with a 698 green.
It would take off to the left.
Doug Daly, 1910 dial in the Honda. Emily Seeger, 1657 dial out of Petaluma in the Dart. Turns on the red light. So Doug Dolly takes the win with a 047 green. Mike Young, dial in at 1330 out of Petaluma, California in 2016 Golf. Steve Del Buno Jr. dialed in at 1538 from Cricker Creek, Oklahoma in the Fiat. Steve Del Buno takes the win. He goes 1568, 137 on the tree on a 1538 dial. Mike Young takes the loss. He broke out. Charlie Ramirez, 13 flat dial in the Audi. Steve Hara, the 1830 dial in the Hyundai out of Rodeo, California. And Steve Harris is going to take the win. He goes 1912, and the 690 on the tree goes on the 1830 dial. Charlie Ramirez, when 621 on the tree, goes 1262 on a 13 flat dial. Breakout loss for Charlie Ramirez. Travis Flicks, 14 flat dial out of Nevada in the Infinity. Austin Gilmore, 1570 dial from Oakley
You see me running around out there?
in the Hyundai Genesis Coupe. And Travis Flick turns on the red light, 386 to the dark side of the tree, so that gives the win to Austin Gilmore, who had a 235 green light. Alex Autobonde, dial in at 14 flat in the BMW. Denzel side, dial in at 1470. And the Denzel side with a 546 light goes 1476 on a 1470 dial for the win. Alex Autobani was 048 on the tree. He went 1399 with a 7 on a 14 flat dial. Breakout loss. Matteo Della Satania, in the BMW. Joseph Affar, 14 flat dial in the Subaru 22 Subaru WRX. Mateo, 1260 dial. And the win's going to go to Mateo. Takes the win. He goes 1284 and a 1264, 11 on the tree. Joseph Affar had a huge starting line, light. I mean, big. Robert Elstad dialed in at 1640 in the 22 Accord. Denzel side, 1295 dial. And Robert Alstad with a 217 light takes the win. He goes 1656 on a 1640. Denzel side had a 797 light and could not run the number he dialed. Denzel side dialed in 1170. The Riley side dialed in 1168. Tim Rogers and dialed in 1170 in the 2013 Corvette. John Trimboli dialed in 1168 in the 2021 Durango. And John Trimboli takes the win. He goes 1174 and 1168, 155 on the tree. Tim Rogers goes 263 on the tree, goes 1208 on 1170 for the loss. Mark Powers dialed in at 1380 in the 2021 Challenger. Sean Mazzeros dialed in 1170 in the 2021 Red Eye. And Sean's going to take the win because he went 291 green. Mark Powers went 516 to the dark side of the tree for the loss. Ron Drummond dialed in at 1229 in the 71 Corvette. Leroy D. Loren dialed in at 1429 out of Fremont in the 2013 Lexus. And Leroy D. Loren turns on the red light, 072 to the dark side of the tree. So Ron Drummond with a 056 green takes the win. Jeremiah Brazil in the Cadillac CTSE in the Denzel side dialed in at 1210. James Ferris dialed in at 1525 in the 37 PM pickup in the O'Reilly side, powered by a 350 Chevy. And Jeremiah Brazil takes the win. He goes 1250, 1210 dial, 077 on the tree. James Ferris goes 526 on the tree and broke out on top of it. Hugo Perez dialed in at 1530 in the 03 Sierra pickup. Tim Barron dialed in at 17 flat out of Rohnert Park with the 05 Chevy pickup. And Hugo Perez takes the win, goes 1567 on a 1530, 031 on the tree. Tim Barron was late with a 325 light, went 1740 on a 17 flat dial for a loss. Raymond Marcel dialed in at 1230 in the 2022 Charger. Jose Ortega dialed in at 1460 out of Concord in the 2015 BMW 535i. And Ramon Marcel turns on the red light, and it was a huge red light. It wasn't even close to zero. It started with a 1 point and got worse from then on in. So Jose Ortega takes the win with a 139 green. Ron Beverly out of Concord, where he's a social worker, 1250 dial in the 2019 Charger. Steve Haber dial in at 1219 out of Fairfield in the 2020 Challenger. Dodge against Dodge. Hey, that's a 1322. Stephen Haber takes the win. He goes 1238 on a 1219 dial, 474 in a tree. Koa Van Hoeven, 1280 dial in the 06 AMG. Denzel Side dialed in at 1150. Denzel Side takes the win. He goes 1156 on 1150, 204 in the tree. Koa was late with a 863 light and got worse from then on. Miguel Diaz, 1220 dial in the 21 Camaro. Clay Gatsu dialed in at 1467 out of Healdsburg in the Grand Cherokee. And Clay's going to take the win. He goes 1483 on a 1467, 239 in tree. Miguel Diaz treat him. He had a 175 light, but he went 1210 on a 1220 dial for the loss. Ross Swanson dialed in at 1257. Retired skydiver. Crankus Car Club, 2012 Mustang, 1257 dial. Eden Pauls dialed in at 1450, 36-year-old Caltrans worker in a 2021 Camry TRD. And Ross Swanson turns on the red light, 006 to the dark side of the tree, so Eldon takes the win with a 489 green light. James dialed in at 1630 in the 94 Roadmaster. Steve Ribeiro dialed in at 1250 out of Millbrae, California in the 50 Deluxe Chevy. And that's James Ginter dialed in at 1630. Steve Ribeiro dialed in at 1250. And James Gunther takes the win. He goes 190 on the tree, 1639 and a 1630 for the win. Steve Ribeiro was 836 on the tree, went 1302 on a 1250 dial for the loss. Casper dialed in at 1370. Car number 178 dialed in at 1250. And car number 178 takes the win. He goes 1302 on a 1250 dial. 817 on a tree. Casper had him treated with a 187 light, but broke out. 1317 on a 1370 dial for a loss. Barjom Madura dial in at 1290 in the 2022 Charger. Ron Sergio dial in at 1220 in the 04 Mercedes-Benz E55. And Perojul takes the win. He goes 1310 on a 1290 dial. His light was horrible, but he took the win because Ron could not run that 1220 dial. He had a 235 light, and he went 1334 on a 1220 dial. Zach Contreras dialed in at 1290 in the 67 Cutlass. J.R. Dejo dialed in at 1340 in the 2016 Jeep. Looks like he doesn't get a time, and Zach's going to take the win because JR rode through the lights, so JR takes the win. Anthony Freeney dialed in at 1275 in the 2020 F-150. Rick DeLoren dialed in at 1440 out of Napa. And Rick DeLoren takes the win. He goes 008 on the tree because Anthony Freeney turned on the red light. Hey, can I have the bike representative come to the tower to get the ladder, please? Can I have the motorcycle representative come to the tower to get the ladder, please? CDJ. Dave Maddox dialed in at 1235 out of Fremont in the 69 Satellite. Tony Tarachi dialed in at 1199 out of Pacifica in the 63 Nova Wagon. And Tony Tarachi turns on the red light, handing the win to Dave Maddox, who went 073 green, so it's all over on the starting line. Matthew Allison dialed in at 1599 in the 69 Chevelle. Dave Whitmire dialed in at 1520 in the PT Cruiser. And the PT Cruiser of Dave Whitmire is going to take the win. He goes 148 on the tree, goes 1535 on a 1520 dial for the win. Matthew Allison was late with a 170 light. Robert Pospachek, 1184 dial in the Challenger. Louis Van Hooven dialed in at 70 in the 70 Mustang convertible with a 302. And Robert's going to take the win. He goes 1184, dead on 138 on the tree for the win. Lorette was 438 on the tree and could not run that 1770 dial. Spencer Marcel dialed in at 1265 out of Roner Park in the 73 Dart Sport. Mario DeStefano dialed in at 1610 in the 04 Silverado. And Spencer Marcel takes the win. He goes 1276 on a 1265 dial, 063 in the tree. Mario was late with an 877 light and broke out on top of it. Scott Russell dialed in at 1310 out of Fairfield, California in the 2019 Corvette. Greg Johnson, 1290 dial out of Napa in the 2012 Corvette. Talk about battle of Chevys. And Scott Russell turns on the red light. 168 to the dark side of the hill. Greg Johnson with a 264 light moves on to the next round. Don Hensley dialed in at 1310 out of Brentwood, California in the 66 Corvette. Pablo Alabarian dialed in at 1260 out of San Jose in the 68 Camaro. And Pablo is going to take the win. He goes 1280 out of 1260 dial, 092 on the tree. Don Hensley was late with a 457 light and broke out on top of it. Aaron Trash dialed in at 1370 in the 75 Pontiac Trans Am. Olivia dialed in at 1362 out of Santa Rosa, California in the 2019 Dodge Challenger RT. And Aaron's going to take the win. He goes 1403 on a 1370 dial, 138 on the tree. Olivia was late with a 597 light and broke out for the loss. Don Hensley dialed in at 1478 in the 66 Chevelle. Charles Roberts dialed in at 1260 in the 66 Mustang. Hensley, 1478 dial. Charles Roberts dialed in at 1260. And Hensley takes the win. He goes 094 on the tree, goes 1480 on a 1478 dial for the win. Charles Roberts was late with a 252 light and broke out on top of it. Richie Love dialed in at 1540, loves pest control in the 74 GMC pickup. Anthony Williams, 1271 dial, produce manager in the 2013 Audi. And Richie Love is going to take the win. He goes 1560 on a 1540, 164 on a tree. Anthony Williams was late with a 345 light, takes the loss with a 1297. Ken Del Rosa, 1718 dial out of Antioch. James Torero dialed in at 1580 out of Petaluma in the 75 Corvette. And Ken Del Rosa takes the win. He goes 1736 on a 1718 dial, 184 on the tree. James Torito was late with a 714 light, went 1611 on a 1580 dial for the loss. Dylan Breen dialing at 1260 out of Auburn in the 2018 Mercedes-Benz. Dialing at 1265. Isaac Bira dialing at 1560. 70 Corvette out of American Canyon. And Isaac breaks out with a 1511 on a 1560, 247 on the tree. Dylan Breen takes the win with a 176 light with a 1268 on a 1265. He's moving on. Matthew Del Rosa dialed in at 1548 out of Martinez in the 70 Chevelle wagon. Lucas Williams dialed in at 1750 out of Windsor, California in the 07 Sierra pickup. Oh, wow. And Matthew DeRosa takes the win with an 8:56 late. He goes 24:39 on a 15:48 dial because Lucas Williams broke out. He went 17:45 on a 17:50. Always look in your mirrors, people. Always look in your mirrors. All right, we're in the high school. We got Madison Eberhaus dial in at 1541. Sir Jalen Jones dial in at 1454. And it's going to be Madison Eberhaus takes the win, goes 1542 with a 1 on a 1541, 025 on the tree. Sir Jalen Jones had a bad light. Cody Friedhoff dialed in at 1385 in the Affinity, in the Denzel side. James Basso dialed in at 1640 in the Firebird, going against the Infinity. And Cody Friedhoff's going to take the win. He goes, it was 159 on the tree, goes 1386 for the win. Logan and Golot dialed in at 1715 in the Ranger. William Johnson Jr. out of American Canyon dialed in at 2010 in the Mustang. He's going to give up a lot of real estate, Logan is. He's got to see if he can run him down. And no, he can't. William Johnson Jr. with that 2050 dial takes the win. Ruben Ybarra dialed in at 1380. Tegan Wint dialed in at 1470. The Volkswagen GTI. And a double breakout win goes to Ryan Ybarra. He goes 1378 breakout on a 1380 dial for the win. Tegan Wint, 1466 dial. 1466 on a 1470 dial for the loss. Steven Kavorian dialed in at 1260 in the 2019 Mustang GT. Ryan Landavery dialed in at 1570 in the 2012 Volkswagen GTI. And Devin's going to take the win. He goes 1509 on a 1260 dial because the other car broke out. Dustin Love dialed in at 1641. Julius Roots dialed in at 14 flat. Dustin Love going for 11 wins in a row tonight. Can he do it? That's the question. And it's going to be answered here shortly with this run. He's going to move on to the next round. Dustin Love goes 1658 on a 1641, 078 on the tree. Julius Roots, 605 light, takes the loss. Peyton Gray dialed in at 1357 in the Duster. Eric Yang dialed in at 1512 in the 05 Infinity. 70 Duster versus 05 Infinity. And Peyton Gray is going to take the win. He goes 1361 on a 1357, 153 on the tree. Eric Yang was late with a 736 light. Dylan Gerba dialed in at 14 flat. Got the buy run here going on to the next round. That brings us to jackpot. Dialing for dollars, as I like to call it. All right, we got Mitch Gately dialed in at 10:09 out of Cotati in the 64 Nova. Dave Mullet dialed in at 13:50 out of Vacaville in the Camaro. 94 Camaro versus 64 Nova. I'm going to give the edge to Mitch Gately. What do you think?
I think so.
Yeah, I do too. And Dave Mullet turns on the red light, 269 to the dark side of the tree. Mitch Gately with an 033 light takes the win and moves on to the second round of Dialing for Dollars Jackpot. Big Bad Brad Bowen dialed in at 1217 out of Novato, California in the 2000 Pontiac Trans Am. Ray Lucas dialed in at 1067 out of Concord in the Mustang, the fastest barber in the West. He's going to give him a lot of real estate here before he tries to run down Big Bad Brad. Let's see if Big Bad Brad's up to the challenge. And the win goes to Big Bad Brad. He goes 079 on the tree, goes 1224 on a 1217 dial for the win. Ray Lucas was 095 on the tree, goes 1085 on a 1067 for the loss. Bobby Grabrian dialed in 1195 in the 2023 Tesla Model Y. Mitch Horton dialed in at 996 out of Napa in the 68 Firebird. And the win goes to Bobby Grabian. He goes 11.99, 101 on the tree, 11.95 dial for the win. Mitch Horton was 117 on the tree, goes 10.04, and a 9.96 dial for the loss. Craig Merrilees dial 11.68 in the 2018 Tesla Model 3. Mark Sawyer dialed in at 16.24 in the Silverado pickup. And Craig Merrilees takes the win. He goes 040 on the tree, goes 1174 and 1168 dial. Mark Sawyer wasn't bad. 058 on the tree, goes 1634 on a 1624 for the loss. Bill Taggart dialed in at 1779 in the Taurus out of El Sobrante. Mark Hanesian dialed in at 1239 out of Livermore. He's a 17 and a 64 Roadrunner. And Bill Taggart's going to take the win. He goes 050 on the tree. He goes 1795 on a 1779 dial. Mark Hanesian was late with a 467 light and broke out on top of it. Philip Topping dialed in at 1257 out of Saratoga in the 2011 Mustang GT. Steve Ball dialed in at 13 flat out of Napa, where he's a carpenter. B&G Tire and Jenny Ball Insurance are his sponsors in the 01 Mustang. And Steve Ball's going to take the win. He goes 076 on the tree, goes 1301 on a 13 flat dial for the win. Philip Topping was not bad, goes 081 on the tree, goes 1263 on a 57 for the loss. Ron Manley, 1098 dial in the Camaro in the Denzel side. Marco, 1048 dial in the O'Reilly lane in the 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. And Marco takes the win. He goes 032 on the tree, goes 1054 on a 1048 dial for the win. Ron Manley was 060 on the tree, went 1102 on 1098 dial for the loss. Rob Dayton dial 1134 in the 56 T-Bird. Scott Sturley dial 1191 in the Tesla. And Scott Sturley turns on the red light, so he have to go back over to the EV class to see if he can win that again. Rob Dayton goes 017 green for the win. Buzz Zanassi dialed in at 10:15 in the 73 Pinto. John Murphy dialed in at 10:51 in the 55 Bel Air. And Buzz takes the loss. John Murphy goes 011 on the tree, goes 10:55 on a 10:51 dial. Buzz was late with a 392 light and broke out on top of it. Dan Brown. Hey, this looks like Dan Brown got a competition bye because Zachary Wood could not make the race. So Dan Brown takes the win. Zachary Wood, no show. All right, we're going to take a break here because we have time onlys coming at us. And I like to take a little break when we get time onlys. No, it's still a pretty good looking car. All right, here comes Logan Pagano in my TR7. Let's see what he can do this time. All right, we'll see what the TR7 can do in the 8th mile. Logan's taking a gingerly approach to it. He's got it in pre-staged. He's going to bump it in. He's got it bumped in. He's going to get on the trans brake. Oh, that took a serious side step to the right. I told him that car can get away from him. Luckily, he shut it down. Looks like he didn't burn the tires off enough. All right, we're back in the Gear Jammers. We got Alex Johnson dialed in at 1290 in the 06 G35. Patrick Lemieux dialed in at 1188 in the 2016 Challenger. Dial. Mike Johnson dialed in at 1230 in the G35 in the Denzel side. Dan Amachek dialed in at 1314 out of Pacifica in the 66 Ranchero. And it looks like Dan Amachek's going to take the win with a 505 light. He went 1324 on a 1314, 135 on the tree, but went 1341 on a 1230 dial for the loss. Nathan Bentley dialed in at 1570 in the Miata. Scott Frazier dialed in at, hey, heads up race, 1570 in the Fiat Barth. And Scott Frazier is going to take the win. He goes 249 on the tree. He goes 1609 for the win. John Lemos dialed in at 1250 in the 2016 GT350 Chevy. Asa Johnson dialed in at 1480 out of Concord in the 03 G35. And John Lemos is going to take the win. He goes 040 on the tree. He goes 1338 on a 1250 dial at 103 miles an hour. Johnson was late with a 381 light, went 1563 on a 1460 dial. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1270 out of Fremont in the Camaro. Carl Sosin, 1224 dial out of Ross, California in the 99 Miata. And Carlos Wilson takes the win. He goes 12:31 on a 12:24 dial, 1:22 on 29 light, and broke out on top of it. Soon Takahashi dialed in at 1470 out of Corte Madera in the Honda. Albie Shamil dialed in at 1306 out of Sausalito, California. And Shun Takahashi takes the win, goes 1479 on a 1470, 174 in the tree. Albie was late had a better light, 088 on the treatment number. Jason Chatham dialing at 1340. In the Scat Pack out of Discovery Bay, Danny Harmon dialing at 1270 out of Petaluma, California, in BMW. 1340 for Jason Chatham. And it's going to be Jason Chatham's going to take the win. Goes 1393 on a 1340, 513 on the tree. Danny Harmon had a better light, 275, but could not run that 1270 dial. Went 1369 at 110 for the loss. Kate Rogers dialed at 1480 out of Morgan Hill, 2016 Dodge Challenger. Torin Wong dialed in at 16 flat in the Miata. Kate Rogers dialed in at 1480. And Torin Wong's going to take the win. He goes 113 on 3, goes 1659 on a 16 flat dial for the win. Kate Rogers goes 413 on the tree and went 1529 on a 1480 dial for the loss. Dave Diffenfender dialed in at 1242 out of Lincoln in the 03 Corvette. The O'Reilly side dialed in at 1430. And Dave Diffenfender is going to take the win. He goes 1331 on a 1242 dial, 310 on the tree. The O'Reilly side had a 658 light and went 1581 on a 1430 for the loss. Mark Chansey dialed at 1440 and the 64 Fury out of Vacaville. Marcus Burden dialed in at 1530 out of Healdsburg, California in the 2017 Mustang. Mark Chance is going to take the win. He goes 1474 on a 1440 dial, 473 on the tree. Marcus Burden had a horrific light, and it got worse for him all around. Matt Bryans dialed in at 1530 in the Mini Cooper. Ben Cooper dialed in at 1250 out of Vacaville in the 02 Corvette. And Ben Cooper's going to take the win. He goes 031 on the tree, goes 1275 on a 1250 dial for the win at 113. Matt Bryans was not bad, 058 on the tree, went 1563 and a 1530 for the loss. DeQuincy Zenham dialed in at 1180 in the Corvette in the Denzel side. Ross Kittis dialed in at 1265 in the O'Reilly lane in the 57 Chevy. Ross Kittis is going to take the win. He goes 079 on the tree, goes 1275 on a 1265 at 103. DeQuincy Zenham was 539 on the tree and just didn't work out anyway. Steven Jeszelski down at 1198 in the Mustang. In the Denzel side, Glenn Cruz down at 1420. Indy O'Reilly out of Vallejo, California in 2022 Honda. And Steve Jeszelski is going to take the win. He goes 1271 on 1198 dial, 071 on the tree at 93 miles an hour. Aslan Simmons dialed in at 70 and 70. He's got the bye run here. And Ashlyn Simmons going to move on to the next round. Now we're going to go into EV class. Steve Mullen, dial 1168 out of Kenwood, California, in the 2022 Rivian. Marty Firmer, dial 1178 out of Manteca in the Tesla Model 3. P. And Mullen's going to take the win. He goes 1181 on 1168 down, 089 on the tree. Marty Firmer was late with a 661 light and takes the loss. Raghave Partey, down 1166 in the BMW out of San Francisco. David Puroff, dialed in at 1276 out of Nevada in the Polestar. BMW's got a Reggae Partey takes the win. He goes 1168 on 1166 style, 149 on the tree. David Puroff was not was better than him on the tree. He was 144. He goes 1279 on 1276 for the loss. Vince Hodges dialed in at 1150 in the 2022 Tesla on the O'Reilly side. Scott Sturley dialed in at 1197 in the Denzel side. And Scott Sturley takes the win. He goes 017 on the tree, goes 1201 or 1197 dial at 103. Vince Hodges was late with a 570 light and broke out on top of it for the loss. Zoltan Sapiro dialed in at 12 flat, got the buy run here in the Tesla. He's going to move on to the next round. All right, we're into Comp Rod. Humberto Benitez dialed at 11 flat out of Pinot, California in the 2018 Mercedes-Benz. Drew Keeler dialed 1151 out of San Rafael in the 2013 Camaro. And Drew Keeler turns on the red light, 248 to the dark side of the tree. Humberto Benitez with a 243 green takes the win. Alex Maas dialed in at 1380 out of Antioch. Slippin' Slot Racing in the 73 C10. Bob Norbaum Jr. dialed in at 990 out of Sonoma, California, the 2012 Chevy Copo Camaro. He's given up a lot of real estate to Alex Maas. 1380 to 990. This is bracket racing 101. And Bob Norbaum Jr. could not run him down. He goes 066 on 3. He goes 989 on a 990 breakout. So Alex Moss with a 1380 dial, 078 on a 3. He goes 1401. Takes the win over Bob Norbaum Jr. Matthew Allison dialed in at 1072 in the Cadillac CTSV. Mark Kanji dialed in at 1140 in the Mercedes-Benz. Takes the win. He goes 643 on the tree. Matthew Allison is going to be really upset with himself when he sees he went 003 red for the loss. Lola Pereira dialed in at 1205 out of Petaluma in the 66 Nova wagon. Chris Burden, most interesting man in drag racing, dialed in at 1362 out of Fairfax, California in the 07 Mustang. Lola's going to have a work cut out to hold off Chris Burden. Let's see if she can do it, because Chris Burden is no slouch. And it's going to be Chris Burden takes the win. He goes 048 on the tree. He goes 1363 on a 1362. Lola was better on the tree, 019 on the tree, but broke out with a 1204 with a 6 on a 1205 breakout loss. Jim Wickland dialed in 1190 out of Pacifica in the 55 Bel Air. Andy Mussa dialed in 11 flat in the 2022 Audi. And it's going to be Andy Mussa, and the Audi takes the win. He goes 307 on the tree, goes 1101 on 11 flat dial. Just missed a dead-on run. He goes at 125. John Wickland was 368 on the tree, goes 1357 on 1190 for the loss. Kevin Diadamo dialed in at 1203 in the Corvette. Paul Gutierrez dialed in 1115 in the Cadillac CTSV. And Paul Gutierrez turns on the red light, 005 to the dark side of the tree. So Kevin Diadamo with a 066 green moves on to the second round. David Owens dialed in 1159 in the 66 Coronet out of Santa Rosa. Scott Christian dialed in at 1075 out of Vacaville in the 2021 Charger. Hey, talk about two Dodges, 66 Coronet, 2021 Charger. Talk about two cars that are tied by name and nothing else. And Scott Christian's going to take the win. He goes 078 on the tree, goes 1086 on 1075 for the win at 126. David Owens had a 176 light and broke out on top of it. Went 1157 on 1159. Ruben Garcia, $11 flat in the 2018 CTSV. Mark Carlson, $998 in the 02 Camaro out of Napa. And Mark Carlson is going to take the win. He goes 167 on the tree, goes 1041 on a 998 dial for the win at 116 off the gas. Ruben Garcia was late with a 453 light, went 1161 on 11 flat dial. Edward Vasquez dialed on 1150 in the 2023 BMW. Jeff Gladex dialed in at 1070 out of Pacifica, and the 68 Firebird. And it's going to be Edward Vasquez takes the win. He goes 1183 with a 1.325 light on 1150 dial. Jeff Gladinex had a 160 light but broke out 1067 with an 8 on a 1070 dial for loss. Michael Mag dialed in 1140 out of San Francisco, California in the 2022 BMW. Sheila Barrett dialed in at 12 flat out of Napa. Michael Nag takes the win. He goes 1157 on 1140 dial, 275 on the tree. Sheila Barrett takes the loss, 773 dial, light on a 12 flat dial. Steve Galileo turned 20 dial out of San Francisco, California, in 2022 Hellcat Red Eye. Rich Rossi, 970 dial on the 70 Chevelle. And Frank D'Souza takes the win. He goes 1070 out of 1060, 081 on the tree.
And the wind's going to go to the left lane, 1232 on a 1229. Mark Scheuer breaks out, moving into jackpot with Ron Manley, 1102 in the Denso lane. Danny Borg in the O'Reilly lane out of San Francisco, California, the 74 Vega panel, 940 the dial. Now it's interesting, Manley's car leaves on a throttle stop. And there he goes. You heard it come off the stop. He goes full throttle. Going to go right down there to the finish line. Your winner, Danny Borg, 943 on a 940. Another breakout, Ron Manley. Goes 700 too quick. Oh, it's not jackpot. It's comp rod. One of these days I'll get it. Comes Philip Topping on the single out of Saratoga. 1262 the dial for the late model Mustang. Philip keeps it green, 1-2 chirp. 1262 on the Coyote Mustang. Making our way down, he goes 1256. 110 miles an hour. Going to move into the wonderful world of motorcycles. Your first pair, Tom Myers, Craig Love. 1315, the dial for Tom out of Petaluma. On the 86 Yamaha, sponsored by Bloomfield Machine. 1185 for Craig Love in the O'Reilly lane. On the Triumph Speed Twin. 700's starting line advantage for Craig Love. Down there at the finish line, your winner. Hey, how about Craig Love? He is 55 under. Tom Myers goes a 10th under. So either the wind's dying or the weather's getting better, but we're seeing a lot of breakouts here in this round of eliminations. Comes Eric Oliver Bill Myers. 1179 the dial for Eric out of Santa Rosa. Doing the chase in here, Bill Myers in the O'Reilly lane. Another one of those Bloomfield Machine sponsored entries. 1275 is his prediction. Clean and green going down. Bill Myers left quite a bit on the line for Eric. Let's see if he can take advantage. He does. Eric Oliver, 1210 on the 1179. Going to see him coming back into the next round. On the starting line, Doug Love, multi-time track champion, the 01 Triumph Bonneville, the 73-year-old retired cabinet maker out of Nevada. He's in the Denso lane. 1320 his dial. That's a pretty good dial. 1320 is the number of feet in the quarter mile, so that's a lucky dial in. He's doing the chasing here. Zach Stockton out of Napa on the Royal Enfield in the O'Reilly lane. Well, Doug Love's already ahead. You see the pre-win light come on. He goes 1344 on a 1320. He was 34 on the tree. Zach's light started with a 2, and he was 2 seconds off the dial. That is not a recipe for success here. Bring on Brad Hawks and Patterson Shriekhead out of Santa Rosa. 1150 the dial in the O'Reilly lane. Triple nines, 999 the dial for Brad Hawks out of Fremont. The 05 Hayabusa. Well, Brad Hawks, if he loses this one, it's, yep, okay. 1039 on the 999. He's good by 4/10. Patterson in the O'Reilly lane, much closer to the dial-in, much later on the reaction time. Bracket racing's really a two-piece sport. You got to cut the light on the starting line, and you got to run the number down there at the finish line. Merlin Valencia and Richard Sufon. Richard breaks out. It's 11:31 on an 11:40. No good. Merlin keeps it over the dial on his 18 Alta to take the win. Man, we got a lot of bikes tonight. Comes Will McNeil, Joe Sisk. Usually see Joe here in the late rounds. He's dialed 915 in the O'Reilly lane. 08 Hayabusa. Doing the chasing here, Will McNeil down track. 14 flat the dial in the Denso lane. Joe's running. Win light, Joe Sisk, 926, 135 miles an hour on the 915 dial. Will McNeil, 1450 on a 14 flat, nowhere near the prediction. Alfredo Escalon out of Novato, the 14 Harley, 1385 the dial. He's off and running. Here comes Jonathan Segura out of American Canyon. 1080 the dial. He's at his car changing tires right now. Travis Capps on a buy run here. This is your actual buy run. The ladder buy, 1160 the dial, goes 1184. Motorcycles race on a ladder. They qualify based on reaction time. Sort of mixes it up and stops some of that jockeying around in the lanes and makes sure that they know who they're racing. Sean Baldo, 1145, his prediction, another good bracket racer out here on the motorcycles. He goes 11:37 on the big end. So that wraps up this round of motorcycles. We're going to add a couple of wheels back to the cars. We're going to move into Sport Street. First pair out, Montrell Harrell out of Oakley, California, the bus driver. 1575, the dial for the Audi station wagon. Dead on Doug McKay in the O'Reilly lane. In his F-150, he's dialed 1355. Been seeing Doug McKay out here on Wednesday nights for, I don't know, long as I can remember. He's off and running. He's doing the chasing here on the Audi station wagon. This one could get interesting down there. Doug McKay was behind out of the gate. He was 141 on the tree. Montrell was 054. Great reaction time. But he breaks out. He goes 1570 on a 1575. Doug McKay keeps it 200 over the dial. Dead on Doug coming back for another round of Sport Street. Here comes Steve Hara out of Rodeo. The 04 Hyundai Elantra. 1830 the dial. That was a good year, probably. I wasn't there. Steve Delbuno, the 17 Fiat Abarth, 1558 the dial. Steve, much better reaction time. Going to see him get the win. He's 046 on the tree. He goes 1592 on a 1558. Steve Hara, 900 on the tree. And 1925 on an 1830. Once again, not a recipe for success here. Robert Ellistad and Austin Gilmore. Robert styled 1634 in the Honda. Austin, 1570 in the Hyundai Genesis. The O'Reilly lane. Why they named a car after a Phil Collins band, I'll never know. Going down there, scoreboard says, hey, how about Robert Ellistad? 1642 on a 1634. Reaction time advantage and a finish line advantage, and that's about all he needed. Comes Doug Daly out of Elmora, California, in the 2000 Honda Civic. I tell you guys all the time, you don't got to be fast. If you have a car, you can be successful in bracket racing. And you see Doug's got the bye this round, but he'll be back in another round, and he'll probably win that one too. He goes 1888 for the little Honda Civic at a blistering 70 miles an hour. He might have driven faster than that to get here today. Wraps up Sport Street. We're going to add some cylinders and move into the street category. Ron Drummond at a Manteca. 71 Corvette, 6 liters of Chevrolet. He's dialed 1224. John Trimboli, the 21 Durango in the O'Reilly lane. He's actually doing the chasing. Who would have thought that a factory Durango would be chasing a 71 Corvette? I mean, this would be unthinkable even 10 years ago. But I got to believe it because I'm looking right at it. There's 500 to play with off the starting line. See Ron Drummond down there driving the finish line. He breaks out. He goes 1220 on a 1224. Too quick. Takes a tenth and a half at the finish line. That is way too much. Going to see the Durango coming back. Here comes Jeremiah Brazil, Steve Hayberger. Steve's out of Fairfield. 20 Dodge Challenger. That is the 1320 variety. Here comes that 1320 number again. But he's dialed 1219. Jeremiah Brazil's out of Pacifica in the supercharged Cadillac in the Denso lane. 1240 the dial down there at the finish. Oh, ouch. Steve Hayberger breaks out by a tenth. Jeremiah Brazil's 2 seconds over the dial in. And he's going to get the win in the Caddy, and he's going to bring it on back. Comes Hugo Perez and Rick De Leon. Rick's out of Napa, the Mustang convertible. 1445 is his prognostication. 1530 for Hugo out of Richmond in the 03 GMC Sierra. And prognostication, that's a ding word. For my friends of the Mark Thompson Show, that's a ding word. That means that's a word you're liable to encounter on the SAT test. So 1530 for Hugo. He's going down the track. Rick De Leon doing his best to run him down in the Mustang Convertible. At the 1,000 feet, they're pretty much neck and neck. At the finish line, it's going to be, hey, how about Hugo in the pickup? 1570 on a 1530. Rick De Leon closer to the dial. He's only 8 hun off, but he's way behind out of the hole. Once again, that reaction time comes into play. You got to do it on both ends, guys. You got to hit the yellow. You know, most of these drivers, you'll see them jump on the 3rd yellow. That's just enough time to get the car moving, to react on the green. And Clay Gattuso fouls out. He's 20 red. Eldon Powell's going to take the free pass into the next round. It's cold out there, though. Pablo Albaran, San Jose, California, 68 Camaro, 383 stroker, 1260 the dial in the Denso lane. 1290 for Greg Johnson out of Napa, the 2012 Corvette. All right, motorcycles. We have your ladder ready in the tower. Motorcycles, your ladder is ready in the tower. Please send somebody on up to come retrieve it. One representative will do. We don't need you all, so just one motorcycle representative to the tower, please. Ooh, check out the Roadmaster wagon on the Buick Rally wheels. Nice. That is a good look right there. Pablo Albaran going to get the win on that last pair. Coming up now is Zach Contreras and Sean Mazzaros. Sean's out of Santa Clara. He's got the 21 Challenger Red Eye. There's too many Challenger variants out there. All I know is it's some kind of Hellcat, so it's a Hemi with a blower on it. It's dialed 1170. Zach Contreras. Hope he brought a couple of extra quarts of oil with him. He is smoking down there. 1282 was his dial. He goes 1334, not going to do it. Oh, he gave it back 8,000. Ouch. Sean Mazzaros gets the freebie. Oh, and check out the burnout. The Roadmaster wagon with the period correct Buick Rally wheels is lighting up the radial TAs. James Ginther's out of Brentwood, California. The 94 Road Monster station wagon, 1638. The dial. Hope he keeps the wood paneling on. That is a lot of speed out of that rig. Oh, and there he goes. Ron Schergel out of Danville, California, doing the chasing. The supercharged AMG Mercedes-Benz. What do you think, guys? Mercedes or Buick? Let's hear it for Mercedes. Chirp. Chirp. All right, who thinks the Buick's going to win? Woo! Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Oh, and he didn't win. Oh, man. See, when you talk somebody up, it just doesn't work. James Ginther breaks out by 2/10. He goes 1618 on a 1638. All your cheers made him go too fast. It's your fault. Ron Schergel, 1221 on a 1220 in the Mercedes. He's coming back in the next round. Here comes Dave Whitmire out of San Rafael. The e-scooter startup vice president. That is quite a title. Possibly the highest ranking in the corporate hierarchy in attendance tonight. And he's got a PT Cruiser. Come on. 1520 the dial. He goes 1523. He's going to take the win. Ishat Madhara does not run the number. He's 1299 on the 1250 in the 23 Camaro. Here comes Parshwal Madara. Ooh, I think they're related. 22 Charger out of Fremont, 1290. The dial in the Denso lane. Dave Maddox out of Fremont, the good-looking Mopar, 69 Satellite, 440 cubic inches of raised deck Mopar in the O'Reilly lane. Boy, I miss my B-body, you know. There's just something about an old Mopar. Both drivers staged up, tree drops, ooh. And that's another ouch. Dave Maddox is 288 red. Parjwal Madara gets the win, and he was 1.31 seconds green. That is very green. That's like ripe watermelon green. He goes 1338 on a 1290. Dave goes 1292 out the back door for the losing effort. Here comes Robert Pospischer out of Dixon, California. 21 Challenger, 1183. He's doing the chase in Ken Del Rosa, the Dragon Wagon out of Antioch, California. We love seeing the station wagons out at the racetrack. It is just a feast for the eyes and the emotions. Ken, 1718 the dial. He is cruising on down the track. Robert could not wait. He is 375 red. Ken Del Rosa gonna take the grocery getter on a freebie into the next round. 1718 the dial. He goes 1734, 75 miles an hour. Gonna do one more pair and I'll hand it back over to my buddy Gary Carlson. Here comes Spencer Marcel and Dylan Breen. Dylan, the Porsche GT3 racer out of Auburn, California. The 18 AMG Mercedes. 1263 the dial. Oh, they're heads up. Check this out. 1263 for Spencer Marcel out of Rohnert Park. The 73 Dart Sport. Now, in 72, that would have been a Demon. But in 73, somebody said, oh, you can't call it a Demon, so it became a Dart Sport. Big starting line advantage to one of these drivers. I know they got radios, and they probably already know who was late and who wasn't, but just for fun. Okay, yep, Spencer on the brakes. 1271, he's 20 on the tree. Great reaction time. Dylan Breen's light started with a 2, not so great. Spencer, hey, he's coming back. Oh, and it's Matt Del Rosa with another Chevelle wagon. And with that, here comes my buddy, Mr. Gary Carlson.
And Aaron Trash will take the win. He goes 1434 on a 1370, 096 on the tree. Matthew Del Rosa was late with a 441 light, won 1582 on a 1548 for the loss. Don Hensley dialed in at 1478 in the 66 Chevelle out of Brentwood, California. Richie Love dialed in at 1540 out of Santa Fe. Love Pest controls 74 GMC pickup. And Richie Love's going to take the win. He's 027 on the tree. Goes 1541 on a 1540 dial. Just missed a perfect run. He goes, Don Hensley goes 120 on the tree. He goes 1476 breakout on a 1478 dial. Madison Eberhas dialed in at 1522 out of Rohnert Park. We're in the high school, by the way. Corey Friedhoffs dialed in at 1385 to Madison 1522. And Cody Friedhoffs takes the win. He goes 191 on the tree, goes 1393 on a 1385 dial for the win. Madison was not a bad light, 228 reaction time, but broke out. Ryan Ybarra dialed in at 1370 out of Rohnert Park. Devin Carnovin dialed in at 1260. Ryan dialed in at 1370. And Ryan's going to take the win. He goes 1447 on a 1370 dial, 133 on the tree. Devin had a better light, 059, but could not run that 1260 number. Dustin Love dialed in at 1640 in the Durango. Payne Gray dialed in at 1353 in the Duster. And Payne Gray turns on the red light, handing the win to Dustin Love with a 164 green. So Dustin Love's quest for 11 in a row is still alive. Dylan Gerba dialed in at 14 flat out of Petaluma. William Johnson Jr. dialed in at 2030. You heard me right, 2030 in the 87 Mustang. Dylan Gerber's going to have to chase down William Johnson Jr. Man, he's giving up a lot of real estate on that one. And Dylan Gerber ran him down, but passed him and broke out. He goes 13.99 with a 1 on a 14 flat dial, 173 on the tree for the loss. William Johnson Jr. was 976 on the tree, goes 20.33 on a 20.30 dial for the win. All right, that concludes this session of high school. Now we're back into dialing for dollars, as I call it. Bill Taggart dialing at 1782 in the Taurus. Mitch Gately 1008 in the Nova. Talk about another one giving up a lot of real estate. Mitch Gately is giving up over 7 seconds to Bill Taggart. This is what you call bracket racing 101. Mitch Gately is going to try to run down Taggart. Taggart's going to try to hold off Gately. This is what bracket racing is all about. And Bill Taggart turns on the red light, 012 to the dark side of the tree. Mitch Gately with a 039 light takes the win and moves on to the next round of Jackpot. Dan Brown, 1138 dial on out of Napa in the 70 Camaro. Steve Ball, 1298 dial out of Napa in the 01 Mustang. Hey, I wonder if these guys know each other. Both from Napa. Yeah. And they both go to B&G Tires of Napa. And Dan Brown runs him down. He goes 041 on the tree, goes 1139 on 1138 dial for the win. Steve Ball was 020 on the tree, but broke out with a 1296 on a 1298 dial for the loss. So Dan Brown moves on to the next round. Rob Dayton, 1135 dial out of Livermore in the 56 T-Bird. Bobby Grabian, dial 1198 out of Novato in the 23 Tesla Model Y. Why do you ask? It's a Tesla. Why? Bobby turns on the red light, 016 to the dark side of the tree. So that means Rob Dayton, with an 083 light, takes the win. Big Bad Brad Bowen dialed in at 1217 out of Nevada in the 2000 Pontiac Trans Am. Marco dialed in at 1046 in the 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. And Marco's going to take the win. He goes 010 on the tree, goes 1053 and a 1046 for the win at 121. Big Bad Brad was 049 on the tree and went 1213 breakout on a 1217 for the loss. Craig Merrill's 1170 dial in the Tesla. John Murphy 1051 dial in the 55 Chevy Bel Air. And John Murphy goes 014 on the tree, goes 1059 with a 7 on a 1051 dial for the win. Craig Merrill's was late with a 122 light, went at 1735 on a 1117 dial for the loss. All right, we're in the time onlys now. We'll take a pause here for the cause. All right, we got Gear Jammers, Patrick Lanood, dialing 1188. Dan Antek, dialing at 1314. And Patrick Lanood is going to take the win. He goes 084 in the tree, goes 1211 on 1188 dial. Dan was late with a 353 light. He went 1317 on 1314 for a loss. Scott Frazier, dialed in at 1570 in Fiat. Dave Diffenfender, dialed in at 1242 in the 03 Corvette. And Dave Diffenfender with a 450 light goes 1270 on a 1242 for the win. Scott Frazier was better on the tree, 187, went 1633 on a 1570 for a loss. John Lemos dialed in at 1250 in the 2016 Shelby GT 350. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1432. John Lemos turns on the red light, so that hands the win over to Mark Chansey with a 223 green. Way to go, Mark. Carlos Hilson dialed in at 1224 in the 99 Miata. Ross Kittis dialed in at 1265 in the 57 Chevy. And Carlos Hilson with an 022 light's going to take the win. He goes 1227 on 1224. Ross Kittis had a 008 light, went 1284 on a 1265 for the loss. Way to go, Carlos. Sean Takahashi dialed in at 1470 in the Honda. Torin Wong dialed in at 16 flat in the 04 Miata. And it's going to be Sean Takahashi takes the win and goes 1476 on a 1470, 136 on the tree, 81 miles an hour for the win. Torin takes the loss. Steve Jaslowski down 1198 in the 2014 Mustang 5.0. Jason Chatham dialed in at 1370 in the 2016 Scat Pack. And Steve Jaslowski is going to take the win. He goes 040 on the tree, goes 1214 on a 1198 dial for a win. Ben Cooper got there a bye run here in the O'Reilly lane in the Corvette. He's going to move on to the next round. All right, we're in the EV class. Steve Mullen with the Rivian in the Denzel side down 1168. Rahab Partey down 1166 out of San Francisco, California with the BMW i4 M50. And it's going to be Raif Partey takes the win. He goes 152 on the tree, goes 1172 and 1166 style, 118. Steve Mullen was late with a 373 light and went 1172 on 1168 for the loss. Zoltan Sapiro dialed in at 12 flat in the Tesla out of Boulder Creek, California. Scott Sturley, 1197 dial out of San Rafael in the 22 Model Y Tesla, turns on the red light, 029 to the dark side of the street, so Zoltan Sapiro will move on to the next round. All right, we're in the comp line. Edward Vasquez dialed in 1150 out of the 2023 BMW. Chris Burden dialed in at 1359 in the 87 Mustang, where he works as electronic arts. Okay, we got to change up on that. Roberto Benitez dialed in 11 flat in the Denzel side. Mark Conji dialed in 1140 in the O'Reilly lane. And Mark Conji is going to take the win. He had a 544 light. He went 1182 on 1140 for the win at 123. Roberto Benitez had the better light, 427, but could not run that 11 flat number. Edward Vasquez dialed 1150 in a 2023 BMW. Chris Burden dialed in a 1359, the 07 Mustang. Edward Vasquez turns on the red light. I mean, that was a huge red light. It starts with a 1.211. It's huge. Chris Burden with a 029 green takes the win and moves on to the next round. Michael Mag dialed in 1140 in the 2022 BMW. Andy Mussa dialed in 11 flat in the 2022 Audi. And Andy Mussa is going to take the win. He goes 1107 on 11 flat dial, 171 on the tree at 126. Michael Mag was late with a 303 light and broke out on top of it. Alex Maas dialed in at 1380 in the 73 C10 pickup. Slipping a slot racing. That's what his sponsor is called. Kevin Diadamo, 1262 dial out of Napa, California, B&G Tires, 03 Corvette. Oh, and Kevin Diadamo broke out. He goes 1216 on a 1262 dial. He was 194 on the tree. Alex Maas takes the win with a 389 light, went 1396 on a 1380 dial for the win. Phil Topping, 1257 dial in the 2011 Mustang GT 5.0. Scott Christian dialed in at 1075 out of Vacaville in the 2021 Dodge Charger. And Scott Christian breaks out. He goes 1073 on a 1075. He was 136 on the tree for the loss. Philip Topping, 112 on the tree. He goes 1259 with an 8 on a 1257 dial for the win. Mark Canisian, 1229 dial, the 64 Roadrunner. Mark Carlson, 998 dial out of Napa in the 02 Camaro. I talk about a heads up, not a heads up race. Talk about how far out in front Mark Carlson let Mark Canisian go. Mark Canisian turned on the red light, though, and was all over at the starting line. Mark Carlson goes 0-11 green for the win. Daniel Borg, 960 dial, and the 74 panel Vega. Frank De Souza dialed in at 1060 out of Santa Clara, California, and a 63 Nova. And Frank De Souza with a 067 light goes 1066 out of 1060 for the win. Daniel Berg had a better light, 033, but broke out 949 out of 960 for the loss. Craig Love, we got motorcycles coming up now. Craig Love's got the bye run. And he's going to move on to the next round. All right, we got Doug Love dialed in at 1317 on the Bonneville. Travis Caps dialed 1173 on the 2021 Ducati Super Sport. And it's going to be Doug Love takes the win. He goes 063 in the tree, goes 1324 on a 1370 dial at 93 miles an hour for the win. Travis Caps was late with a 156 light. He goes 1318 on a 1172 dial. Eric Oliver dialed in at 1179. Mervin Valencia dialed in at 14 flat. And Eric Oliver ran down Merlin Valencia. He goes 071 and 3, goes 1214 on 1179 dial for the win. Merlin Valencia was late with a 141 light, takes the loss. Brad Hawks dialed in at 999 out of Fremont. 05 Hayabusa. Sean Baldo dialed in 1135. Godspeed Racing. And Sean Baldo is going to take the win. He goes 1163 on 1135 dial. 213 on the tree. Alfredo Escadon dialed in at 1385. Joe Sisk dialed in at 920. And Joe Sis takes the win. He goes 020 on the tree, goes 926 on a 920 at 135. Alfredo Escadon went 326 on the tree and broke out on top of it. All right, now we're back in the Sports Street. We got Doug Dolly, dialing 1880 in the Honda. Dead on Doug McKay, 1355 dial in the 2021 F-150. And Doug's going to take the win. He goes 0.63 on the tree. He goes 1371 on 1355 at 82 miles an hour for the win. Steve Del Buno Jr. dialed in at 1538 from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma in the 2017 Fiat. Robert Elstad dialed in at 1634 in the 2022 Honda Accord. And Robert Alstad's going to take out Steve Del Bruno Jr. He goes 0.92 on the tree, goes 16.37 on a 16.34. Steve Del Bruno Jr. had a better light, 0.66, but could not run that 15.38 number. He went 15.62 with a 9. Jeremiah Brazil dialed in at 12.40 in the Cadillac CTSV. John Triboli dialed in 11.68. In the Durango. Hey, we're in the street. And Jeremiah Brazil's going to take the win. He goes 12.46 on a 12.40 dial, 0.37 on the tree at 110. John Triboli was not bad on the tree. It went 0.50, but it went 11.79 and 11.68 for the loss. Hugo Perez dialed in at 15.30 in the 03 Sierra pickup. Eldon Powell's dialed in at 14.50 in the Camry TRD. And Hugo Perez takes the win. He goes 15.62 on a 15.30 dial, 139 on the tree. Eldon Plows was late. Pablo Alberian dialed in at 12.60. Dave Whitmire dialed in at 15.50. PT Cruiser versus 68 Camaro. And Pablo's going to take the win in the 68 Camaro. He goes 12.85 on a 12.60, 110 on the tree. Dave Whitmire had a better light, 0.31, but went 15.50 on a 15.15 dial. Aaron Trash down at 13.70 in the 75 Pontiac Trans Am. Ken Del Rosa dialed in at 17.18 in the Chevy station wagon. And Ken Del Rosa is going to take the win. He went 005 on the tree, went 719 on a 718 dial at 74 miles an hour for the win. Aaron Trash had a 218 light and could not run that 1370 dial. Ron Sergio dialed in at 1220 in the 04 Mercedes-Benz E55. Spencer Marcel dialed in at 1263 out of Roller Park in the 73 Dart. And Spencer Massal takes the win. He went 007 on tree. He won Bond. He have to wait till the next race to get it, or this weekend. He goes 1270 on a 1263 at 108 for the win. Richie Love, the 74 GMC pickup with a 454. Dialed in at 1535, got the bye run. All right, going to high school now. For the next, this is the semifinals of high school. Hey, we got 4 cars left. Ryan Yabura down in at 1370 out of Roland Park. Cody Frios down in at 1385 out of Napa in the Infinity. And Corey Frios is going to take the win. Was 1402 on a 1385 dial. Was 186 on tree. Ryan Yabera had him 074 on the tree, but could not run that 1370 dial. He went 14 and change. William Johnson Jr. dialed in at 2030 in the 87 Mustang. Dustin Love dialed in at 1640, going for 11 in a row tonight out of Petaluma in the 99 Dodge Durango. And Dustin Love going into the finals, he takes the win. He goes 105 on the tree. He goes 1660 on a 1640 for a win at 70 miles an hour. William Johnson Jr. was late with a 343 light and could not run that 2030 number. He went 2068, but he could not make up that bad light. All right, we're back in the jackpot. Dan Brown, 1136 dial, 70 Camaro. John Murphy, 1044, 55 Bel Air. I believe this is the semifinals of jackpot. Oh no, I got Marco over there. I see that. So this is the quarterfinals. And John Murphy turns on the red light 063 to the dark side of the Christmas tree. Dan Brown, he's to the positive side of the Christmas tree, goes 028 green for the win. All right, we got Rob Dayton going against Mitch Gately. Rob Dayton dialed in at 1130 in the 56 T-Bird. Mitch Gately 1008 in the 64 Nova. And we're going to follow that up with Marco. And Rob Dayton takes the win. He goes 1132 on 1130, 010 on the tree. Mitch Gately was late with a 208 light and broke out 1004 and a 1008 just to make it sound better. Marco down at 1050, 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. Let's see how close Marco can get. He went double 8 on the tree. He goes 1058 with a 7 on a 1050 dial. Not bad. All right, our last time only of the night. It's going to be a Camaro. All right, we're into the next round of Gear Jammers. We got Patrick Lanou, the 1188 dial in the 2016 Dodge Challenger. Mark Chansey dialing at 1448 in the 64 Fury out of Vacaville. He's got a 440 in that. And Mark Chansey with a 129 light takes the win, goes 1448, dead on 4. That's why Patrick couldn't do anything about it. Besides that, Patrick had a 269 light, but broke out with 1186 on 1188 dial. Carl Silson dialed in at 1224 in the Miata. Dave Diffenfender dialed in at 1242 in the 03 Corvette. And Carl Silson is going to take the win. He goes 083 on the tree, goes 1237 on 1224 at 117 for the win. Dave Diffenfender was late with a 397 light and broke out on top of it, went 1216 on 1242. Steve Jaslowski dialed in at 1206 in the 2014 Mustang 5.0. Ben Cooper, 1260 dial out of Vacaville in the 02 Corvette. Well, you got Soon Takahatsu dialed in at 1470 with the buy run. And we're coming right at you with the finals of the EV class. The finals of EV class. Zoltan Sapiro dialed in at 1250 in the Tesla. Rughavi Partey dialed in 1170 in the BMW. And Zoltan Shapiro will take the win. He goes 082 on the tree, goes 1269 on a 1250 at 102 miles an hour. So Zoltan Shapiro is your champion tonight. Raghav Partey goes 253 on the tree, second place. Mark Conji dialed in 1140 in the 2014 MB. Chris Burton dialed in at 1354 in the 07 Mustang. And a quick side note, that used to be Bobby Grabian's car. Chris Burton takes the win. He goes 081 on the tree. He goes 1360 on a 1354 dial at 99 miles an hour. Mark Cungy was late with a 210 light. He went 14. Philip Topping dialed in at 1257 in the Mustang. Andy Mussa dialed in at 11 flat in the Audi. Hey, Andy turned on the red light, 046 to the dark side of the tree. Philip Topping takes the win with a 128 green. Mark Carlson down at 10:02 in the Camaro out of Napa. Frank D'Souza down at 10:60 out of Santa Clara in the 63 Nova. And Mark Carlson turns on the red light, 033 to the dark side of the tree. He went Roxanne. So Frank D'Souza with an 026 ring takes the win. Alex Mahas down at 1380 got the buy run in the 73 C10 pickup. All right, we're back in the motorcycle. We got Sean Baldo dialed in 1135, Godspeed Racing. Craig Love dialed 1172 out of Santa Rosa in the Triumph Triple. After motorcycle, we're going to have the Sports Street Final. And it's going to be Craig Love with a 126 light, takes the win. He goes 1181 on 1172 at 111 miles an hour, takes the win over Sean Baldo. Eric Oliver down to 1179 on the Honda. Joe 6, 918 on the Hayabusa. And Joe 6 takes the win. He goes 010 on the tree. He goes 927 on a 918 at 147 to take out Eric Oliver, who was 156 on the tree with 1169 breakout on 1179. And Doug Love, he's going to make a single here to move on to the next round. There's Sports Street Finals coming to you in the water box. We got Robert Elstead dialed in at 1634 out of San Francisco in the 2022 Accord. Doug McKay dialed in at 1355 in the 2021 Ford F-150. This is the finals. This is for all the marbles. Will Doug McKay continue his streak? Will Robert Elstad take him out? And Doug McKay continues his winning ways. He goes 077 on the tree, goes 1360 on a 1355 at 99 miles an hour for the win. Robert Elstad was 118 on the tree, went 1627 on a 34 breakout.
I need the data on that pair up there on the line, please.
All right, Hugo Perez down in at 1634 in the 2003 Sierra pickup. Pablo Alaba dialed in at 1260 in the 68 Camaro. And Pablo is going to take the win. He goes 354 on the tree, goes 1295 on a 1260 at 95 miles an hour for the win. Hugo Perez was late, or the better light, had a 239 light, but could not run that 1530 dial. He went 1583 and a 1530 for the loss. Jeremiah Brazil dialed in at 1240. Ken Del Rosa dialed in at 1715 in the O'Reilly side in the Chevelle station wagon. And Jeremiah Brazil turns on the red light. I mean, it was a huge red light. 1.499 to Ken Del Rosa's 153 green. Huge red light. All right, you got Spencer Marcel dialed in at 1260. Richie Love dialed in at 1535. Hey, look at that. High school finals are in the water box. Spencer Michelle takes the win. He goes 026 on the tree. He goes 1279 on a 1260 for the win. Richie Love was a little bit worse on the tree, 037, but went 1683 on a 1535 dial for the loss. All right, this is your high school final. Dustin Love looks at number 11 in a row, 1640 dial. The only person standing in his way is Cody Friedhaus. Dial at 1395. Can Cody Friedhaus hold off Dustin Love? And Dustin Love got 11 in a row. He goes 075 on the tree, goes 1642 on a 1640 dial at 77 miles an hour for the win. Cody was late with a 231 light and broke out on top of it. So Dustin Love, congratulations on 11 in a row. All right, this is your semifinals of Gear Jammers. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1447. Carl Silson dialed in at 1224. And the win's going to go to Mark Chansey. Takes out Carl Silson. Mark was 132 on the tree. Goes 1468 on a 1447 for the win. All right. Steve Jaslewski dialed in at 1209 in the Mustang. Shun Takahashi dialed in at 1465 in the Honda. And it's going to be Shun Takahashi takes out Steve Jaslewski. He goes 009 on the tree, goes 1478 on a 1465 for the win. Steve was not bad, 057 on the tree, goes 1217 on 1209 for the loss. So it's going to be Shun Takahashi and in the finals next time around. Chris Burden dialed in at 1356. Phil Topping dialed in at 1257. Mustang versus Mustang. 2011 07 Mustang. Who's it going to be? Chris Burden or Phil Topping into the finals? And Chris Burden takes the win. He goes 1360 on a 1356 dial, 065 on the tree. Topping was late with a 212 light and broke out on top of it. Oh, this isn't the semifinals. This is the quarterfinals. Alex Maas dialed in at 1380 in the 73 C10 pickup. Frank D'Souza dialed in at 1060 in the 63 Nova. Oh, that is the semifinals of Street, because that is the finals of Jackpot that's in the water box. And it's going to be Alex Maas into the finals is going to go against Chris Burden. Alex Maas goes 146 on the tree, goes 1380 dead on 2. Frank D'Souza goes 061 on the tree, goes 1059 with a 2 on a 1060 breakout loss. All right, here we go. Rob Dayton in the T-Bird, dialed in 1129. The finals of Jackpot going against Marco, dialed in at 1058 in the 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. Who's it going to be? Rob Dayton, Marco. And Rob Dayton is over at the starting line. He turns on the red light. Marco goes 0.25 green to take the win in jackpot tonight. He goes 10.61 on 10.58, 0.25 on the tree at 124 miles an hour. Congratulations, Marco, on your win tonight. Motorcycle semifinals, Doug Love, 1310 dial. Craig Love, 1169 dial.
Is this a love?
Triumph versus Triumph.
Love, huh?
Hey, this is all Love semifinals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Doug Love breaks out. Uncharacteristically, he goes 13.01 on a 13.10, 0.68 on the tree. So Craig Love is into the finals with an 0.34 light, goes 11.73 and 11.69. He's going to be facing Joe Sisk in the finals. He's got to rethink that dial. He goes 908 with a 9 on a 910 dial, 147. All right, this is our street semifinals. We got Pablo Alberin dialed in at 1260 in the 68 Camaro. Ken Del Rosa dialed in at 1715 in the O'Reilly side in the Chevelle wagon. And Ken Del Rosa breaks out 16.99 on a 17.15 dial for the loss. Pablo Alberin takes the win. He goes 126 on the tree. He goes 12.78 on a 12.60 at 93 miles an hour. Now it's going to be Pablo and Spencer in the finals next time around. All right, here's the Gear Jammers finals. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1447. Sun Takahashi dialed in at 1465. Honda versus 64 Fury. And it's going to be Shun Takahashi takes the win. He goes 214 on tree, goes 1468 on a 65 at 96 miles an hour. Mark Chansey was 217 on the tree, but went 1444 breakout on a 1447 dial. So Takahashi's going to take the win tonight in Gear Jammers. All right, your finals in Comp Rod. We got Alex Moss dialing at 1380 in the 73 C10. Chris Burton, 1356 dial in the 07 Mustang. Who's it going to be, Burton or Alex. And it's going to be Chris Burton. Goes 026 on the tree. He goes 1361 on a 56 for the win. And your champion tonight in Comprod, Alex Moss, was 102 on the tree. Went 1386 on a 1380 for the loss. So congratulations to both the racers and especially Chris Burton. All right, here's your motorcycle finals. We got Joe Sisk dialed in at 9:15 on the Hayabusa. Craig Love dialed in at 11:69 on the Triumph Speed Twin in the O'Reilly lane. And Joe says takes one. He goes 008 on the tree. He was went 9:13 on a 9:15 breakout win over Craig Love, who went 137 on the tree, went 11:65 and 11:69 breakout loss. So Joe Sisk, your champion tonight in motorcycle. We have Dan Brown dialed in 11:32 in the 70 Camaro. He's going against Marco dialed in at 10:61 in the 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. And Dan Brown, who got a better reaction time than Marco, 021 to 038, broke out. 11:26 on 11:32 for the loss. Marco takes the win with a 10:61 dead on 7:038 on tree. So congratulations to Marco and Dan Brown, especially Marco, who's your champion tonight in Jackpot. All right, here's your finals in street. Spencer Marcel, dial in at 1260 in the 73 Dart Sport. Pablo Albaran, dial in at 1260 in the 68 Camaro. Look at this, identical dials, 1260. All right, good night, everybody. We got 30 seconds until we have to stop talking, so good night. See you this weekend at the ET Brackets.